The Face to Facebook livecast will begin momentarily. On the program tonight, it's game night when Sean Murphy from Coushatta Games joins us for some chats. Head on over to the YouTube channel and click that subscribe button to get notified when we go live next. The Face to Facebook livecast will begin momentarily. On the program tonight, it's game night when Sean Murphy from Coushatta Games joins us for some chats. Head on over to the YouTube channel and click that subscribe button to get notified when we go live next. The Face to Facebook livecast will begin momentarily. On the program tonight, it's game night when Sean Murphy from Coushatta Games joins us for some chats. Head on over to the YouTube channel and click that subscribe button to get notified when we go live next. The Face to Facebook livecast will begin momentarily. Well, hello everybody, and welcome to this bizarre installment of the Face to Facebook livecast. I'm joined today by my very good friend, Mr. Sean Murphy.
Hello.
Of Coushatta Games, and I'm just going to flip this camera over a little bit and get you in better focus because you're such a beautiful man.
No, nobody needs to see that.
There we go. All right. Well, the audio might be a little bit on the... Let me actually just kind of raise this audio output level a little bit so that people will be able to hear us. Because we're using, for this, right now we're using a boom microphone. You can't see it. It's above us. But we've got all the fancy toys here in the studio. So we thought that tonight it would be kind of interesting to talk a little bit about games.
Yeah.
Right? Because games are something that we can do to kind of pass the time, during this time when we're trying to figure out how to pass the time. I noticed you brought something that's not a game.
No, these are what they're called gaming aids.
They
make games a lot better. Not for the young ones, but of course, yeah.
Yeah.
So, no, this is my, I got a bottle of whiskey for my 50th birthday. It's one of my favorite places, Teeling, out in Ireland. And, it's, honestly though, the one thing about it is the box. It's, I just find it stunning. It's a limited batch run. I think there was only 100 bottles done. So, and the best thing about a whiskey is sharing it with a friend.
When is he getting here?
And then a buddy of mine got me another Lambay whiskey, which I hadn't tried before. He got it for me for Christmas. So this one's different. I thought you might like it. It's finished in a cognac cask. so it has a little bit of smoky at the end of it.
Sure.
You will appreciate it, sir.
All
I
right.
guarantee it. I guarantee it.
Well, the name of tonight's program is Make Time Monday. And what does that mean? Well, make time can mean a number of different things. It could mean make time for the things that are important to you, especially now that we have all this extra time. It could be, let's make time for game night. Let's make time for game night with family. Let's set up some virtual games. You know, there's a lot of Roll20, I think, is one of the websites.
Yeah, Roll20.net does online D&D gaming. There's actually D&D itself from TSR Wizards, or Wizards of the Coast now too. They're actually offering a lot of free D&D manuals and games now, just
cool.
to start up and start off with your first adventures. You know, like Storming the Hill Giants.
Yeah.
I think that was like the very first module with D&D back in '83.
So interestingly enough, and make time could also mean, you know, holy crap, that's heavy.
I know.
Make time could also mean, you know, make time to be with those people that are important in your life, you know, especially now that we have that opportunity. Or let's make time to see how we can, you know, do things for other people. So there's lots of different ways where we can make time. So
Yeah.
that's
Well,
what this is about.
I think honestly too, one of the big things is that everybody feels that we have so much time now, so much time. But here's the thing: when this all ends and everything starts steamrolling back into, we're going to be back into not having any time at all.
Yeah.
So you know, smell
Now's the time.
smell the grass, sniff the roses. You know, do what you got to do while you got it.
Don't eat the yellow snow.
And then make hay.
Make hay while the sun shines. Yeah, exactly. All these old idioms that we can now rely back upon. Yeah, so I mean that's essentially what it's all about. It's all about, you know, how do we make time for the things and the people that are important to us, and I think that's a really nice lesson that we can take away.
Which is one of the reasons why we decided we wanted to start making games, is that so people can spend time with one another.
Exactly.
And
let me just can we just move this over just like a half an inch, because every time we move the table there, that's good. It's just,
it shakes
bumping the camera. There we go.
There we go.
Awesome. Let's say hi to a couple people right away. Shelly Martinico and Lena Frost. Hello. And
Hello.
She says hi, Sean. And
Hey!
before we do anything else, cheers, my friends.
School, sláinte.
The more of that we have, the more complicated the rules are going to get.
What do you think of that?
It's not bad. It's good.
It's nice and smooth.
I
know.
I do not have a sophisticated whiskey palate, so I may be the wrong person to ask.
No, honestly, when it comes to whiskey now and everything else, it's like, what do you think? Does it taste good? Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
It
good.
doesn't. You know, I don't go into that whole. Well, you know, it lingers.
Yeah.
It's alcohol and it's good. I'll drink.
Well, I wanted to talk a little bit. You know, before we get into all this,
it's so hard to put away our game, though.
I wanted to talk a little bit about, you know, the importance of games. You know, games have been with us since the Sumerian times. You know, games have been around for forever, and there's, you know, certainly it's something that you can do to kind of pass the time, or it's something that you can do to, you know, relieve boredom or have fun with friends. But then there are also, you know, there's war games where it's all, you know, TSR stands for tactical strategy rules, right?
Yep.
So, or series rules?
Tactical strategy rules. No, tactical series of rules.
Yeah, tactical series of rules. So, you know, it can range from the let's just get together and have a good time to, you know, super complicated, let's actually, you know, I mean, in the military uses wargaming as an actual method to, you know, kind of play out scenarios of battle and help strategize for the future. So, you know, gaming, even if you want to take it away from just the let's get together and have fun sense, is a very serious business.
Oh yeah, like even if you think about it, a lot of times gaming was used as a learning tool way back when. You know, just doing for addition or for doing cognitive thinking of puzzles. You know, doing that, trying to be get your brain in motion about what you're trying to do or what you're trying to teach.
Yeah. Even
simple colors. You know, like how to learn colors and all the rest. Like you figure, you know, we do even simple games that people, you know, like when you do like patty cake games and all that kind of stuff, right?
Eye-hand coordination.
Yeah, you're trying to get that kind of, and it's also community and team building as well. That's why they do have those, you know, games against, you know, teams against each other kind of thing, is because you become a coordinated team with your community kind of thing. So,
you know, and I'm gonna set a time period for you here. Okay, are you ready?
All right.
Close your eyes.
Am I going through a time in the past?
No, it's 7:00 p.m. Friday night, 1980 something. You know, and you're a young teenager at the time. What is it that you're doing with all of your friends? Probably.
Oh, D&D.
Yeah.
The
Or
original
we're having game night of some kind, right?
Yeah, that or actually, for me, some of the gaming I was doing was actually with my father and my uncles. We were doing games called From Avalon Hill. What they were was like the old war games with the hex maps, and you would do your actual strategic armies like Blitzkrieg, Diplomacy.
David Arneson. Was he not part of that? So I recently watched this documentary called The Secrets of Blackmoor. And it's about the rivalry and the non-recognition of David Arneson, who was one of the first people to introduce the concept of role-playing to wargaming. So way back in the 1960s, you had this group, what was it called? There was a book in the Library of Congress called Strategos.
Mm-hmm.
And Strategos was a mathematical way for you to set up, I have so many cavalry and so many muskets and so many cannons and so on and so forth, and what's the probability of my, having a decisive victory versus terrain versus range versus
weather conditions.
All that kind of stuff. Yeah. Well, these guys were super into doing that. It was called the Napoleonic campaigns, and they had all these like little miniature horses and all that kind of stuff, and they would get together and they would set up these huge elaborate things in their basement, and they would have these war battles. But then as time went on, Dave Arneson began to give people stories behind, he would say, okay, not only are you just playing the Prussians, but you are the commander of the Prussians, and today we're not going to try to recreate it historically. We're going to say, what happens if?
Yeah.
And he would give them a backstory. And then what he found is that people, there was another guy, Dave, I can't remember his name. Watch the documentary because it's awesome. But he actually had the players wait outside the room while he would give instructions to each person when they came in. But what he found was that people were playing in character outside of the room and wheeling and dealing. Yeah. And then they would come in and his whole game would be shot to hell because, they had changed the rules.
Because they had made like tactical stuff in the background, like diplomacy and strategy.
And then Dave Arneson took that a step further and started writing, comprehensive backstories. At one point there was this whole play-by-mail game.
Oh, yeah.
Where it was all over the world, and these people would actually, let's say I assigned you as the Secretary of Defense for the United States. You would be in correspondence with all of the other players who were playing heads of state, but acting as the treasurer or the war secretary or whatever. Anyway, so he was the very first one to really inject this sense of becoming someone else while you were playing, and it got to the point where now that they were no longer tied to trying to historically reenact those games, now they were free to make up whatever they wanted. Yeah. Well, it wasn't very long before they said, okay, well, let's, if we're making it up, why not make up our own places? And I think one of them was
Blackmoor.
No, Bananaria, which is like banana. It's
like
the land of banana or whatever. They just made it up, and then out of that came Blackmoor, which was a castle. It was just a castle. And they had levels of the dungeons of this castle, and you became these intrepid explorers that would go down and try and fight the dragon or whatever. Hence the term Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah. That's where that came out of. And then Gary Gygax or Gygax, however you want to say it, took that with TSR, established TSR, and that's when he and Dave Arneson kind of split ways.
Oh, okay.
TSR went on to make millions.
Oh, yeah.
Hundreds of millions.
Hundreds of millions, yeah.
And Dave Arneson went on to become the guy that was no longer part of TSR. which is unfortunate, but it's neat because they get into the whole history of how all this happened. I mean, a lot of it is very obviously, hi, we're a Dave Arneson fan club, and we're going to right the wrongs of,
of history.
Yeah, but once you get past that and they start talking about like how all these guys met, these were the days before the internet.
Yeah.
Right? This was before we had, email
Oh,
or
hell yeah.
chats or what we're doing, virtual streaming or anything like that. So all of this had to be done, either in your basement or your friend's basement or in a storefront somewhere, which there were none.
Yeah.
Or by mail, by actual mail. Shelly Martinico jumps in and says she's been playing lots of Boggle and Scattergories at her cousin's place. You see, that's the other thing too.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be as complex as D&D or anything like that. It can be, Boggle, Trouble,
Sorry.
Monopoly, Sorry, Candyland,
You know what?
Shoots and Ladders.
Categories is great. Another great one is Scrabble. We had our kids trying to play Scrabble at an early age because hey, coming up with words and spelling and
Teach them language.
Teach them language.
I always lost at Scrabble to my good friend Shannon because I always approached Scrabble from a lexiconical point of view. Okay, I wanted it to be. I'm going to spell an interesting word, or I'm going to try to use as many of my letters as possible. Well, Shannon, of course, is Shannon and figures out immediately that no, it's about the math.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how many letters you got. It matters how many points.
If I could put ukulele and then ukuleles, then I'm going to do that.
Or not even that. If I could put if I could put down 2 tiles but make 3 words that connect together over a triple word score and blah blah. Yeah. He's a master of that. And it's super frustrating.
Boggle was that was I think that was the one where you had to push down and then
I thought there was Trouble.
No, well there was Trouble and Sorry. Sorry had the cards.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And Trouble had the dice thing, and I think Boggle was when you clicked
push
it
down the thing
and letters were they would roll the dice with letters, and you would have to make up all the different words you could from what was showing up. I believe, if I remember that one, but yeah.
But truest to my heart, and I think probably truest to your heart, are the more complex kind of role playing games or things like that, I never got into D&D. I never played D&D, but I played Palladium.
Yeah.
And Champions.
Villains and
Beyond
Vigilantes.
Beyond the Rift. Is that?
Yeah, Beyond the Rift was another one.
Yeah. So anyway, because the concept to me was so incredibly cool that I didn't need to be tied to a board. And the 3 or the 4 magic words, I think, that articulate the power of that kind of gaming is, what do you do?
Oh yeah.
You have your
you open up a door. What do you do?
Yeah, your game master, your dungeon master, who again, like Shannon, if they're a master storyteller, they can draw you right into the story. You're walking down the dank halls of a dungeon. You can feel the moss move beneath your feet. Somewhere a torch flickers in the distance. There's a dry, musty smell to the air. Somewhere ahead, you hear the snort of a beast. What do you do?
Yeah.
And because now all of a sudden it becomes, what do you mean? This is up to me?
Yeah, it's like, well, aren't you going to tell me what the rules of what I can do are? It's like there are no rules.
Yeah.
If you want to, do a happy dance or something in front of the monster, see what it does. It'll probably eat you. But I mean,
but the cool thing was that and it goes back to that thing in that documentary with Dave Arneson is that there's a line in there that says anything that could be considered possible can be done, and you just have to justify it. You have to justify it to the person running the game. So I mean, it lends itself so extremely well to imagination and the power of being able to create. People come up with all kinds of different solutions to problems, and it's neat that something like that, okay, so you hear the snort of a beast in the distance. What do you do? Okay, well, I cast fireball and throw it down the thing so I can see better. I start to creep up along the side of the thing. I make a lot of noise like a banshee and run at it with my sword and shield clanking.
I think at one point when we were playing D&D in high school, the one guy was like, I take out a haunch of meat and throw it down the hallway. And literally the goblin stopped, ate it while we ran away, kind of thing. Yeah. It was like, that's kind of cool.
It's just neat to be able to see that kind of imaginative playing, and then by the same token, work with your friends in the party, and have collaborative discussions and communications so that you can kind of reach the same goal, right?
Oh yeah.
Or you can do what we used to do. There's this one. We used to have this regular party of guys that went out and played. We played Rollmaster, which was a needlessly complicated role-playing game.
Like boil water.
But still my favorite. Anyway, I remember this clearly. There's this one guy who always played an elf in plate mail. That was his big thing. Usually, he's like, because elves don't typically wear armor for you fantasy gamers out there. But he was an elf that wanted to wear plate mail, and so I remember this clearly. We walked into this underground cavern, and it's empty, and there's this pool of bubbling liquid in the middle, and we're trying to figure out, is it water? Is it slime? Is it some kind of thing? And the solution to everything was always throw the elf in. So the rest of the party would just pick him up and just toss him into the water. And it's like, oh, his flesh is melting. I guess it's acid. We want to stay clear of that.
You know what's honestly funny is if you talk to anybody that had played D&D back in the day kind of thing, everybody has the stories.
Yeah.
Like everybody... You got to figure, you and I are a very elderly gentleman kind of thing.
What?
Yeah? What? You got to figure 40 years ago, right? It's 40 years ago. And you can still remember something you did back in 1984 with where so-and-so rolled a 2 and, fell down a pit, but then the one guy stumbled and accidentally caught him, and then all the stupid stuff that happened.
I've got one.
Oh,
okay. Are you ready for this? Just because it's kind of cool and it's sort of on topic, right? So it's the same group of people, and we're playing, and my friend Dan is a lycanthrope. That his character has lycanthropy.
Yeah.
Which, for those who are not up on horror lore, lycanthropy is the ability to change into a different form. Right. Typically a werewolf. He could change into a bear. That was his big thing. But it was something he had to save against. So saving against means it happens subconsciously, and you have to be able to control it, right? Kind of like Bruce Banner in the Hulk.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Don't get angry.
If Bruce Banner gets angry, he would make a saving throw to see whether or not he turns into the Hulk or not. So anyway, we're walking down this hallway, and I have been knocked unconscious. Okay, in the previous skirmish.
Yeah.
So these guys are carrying me. Actually, Dan is carrying me, and we're going through a tunnel. Okay, and suddenly there's a group of hobgoblins that show up in the front of the tunnel, and what do you do? And Dan says, well, that's easy. I'm gonna bypass my saving throw, turn into a bear. I'm gonna pick Chris up over my head and throw him at like a bowling ball, right, or a log at the hobgoblins and clear a path. I can't say anything because I'm unconscious, so whatever. But I remember the game master said, okay, I want you to say that again, and I want you to be extremely specific when you tell me. And he says, okay, I'm going to pick Chris's body up, I'm going to turn into a bear, I'm going to raise him over my head, and I'm going to throw him as hard as I can. And the game master says, okay, you pick him up, you transform into a bear. As you reach down and violently jerk him up to throw him, you neglect to notice that in bear form, your head hits the top of the cavern. So you smash him as hard as you can against the roof, and we roll for damage. And I died. That's how I died. But it did not get any better from there, because now they're carrying my lifeless body. Okay.
On the hopes you can be revived.
At one point, we come to a door that's locked. What do?
Throw Chris in the door.
No, we make Chris a battering ram. Everybody grabs me like a log, and they're just banging my skull against the door. So anyway.
Oh yeah, no. What was it? We had the one where I think it was my Uncle Kevin, Steve, and we were going through, and I was the DM, and we're going through the forest, and they got caught by a rope trap kind of thing, right? It was swinging them around kind of thing, and they a party of goblins come upon them kind of thing. So Steve goes, I get out my mace, and Kev goes, and I spin him, and he just... So he was going around this giant circle, smashing goblins. I thought, yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's stuff like that. But even some of the other, when I used to play the Avalon Hill tactical games, like the little tiny hex ones with you have to worry about attrition and all the rest kind of stuff. Those games we would set up and leave set up with my dad and my uncles and all that kind of stuff. We're talking 4 or 5 months of playing. We'd come in and play for 5 or 6 hours on a weekend, and you'd have to leave everything because you couldn't take it apart. And my mom used to get so pissed because there was this giant dining room table nobody could use for months kind of thing.
You know, one of the things too that really started to be called into focus when the D&D thing started to explode, because I guarantee you, wherever you are, especially if you're in North America, you know someone who has played D&D.
Oh yeah.
No one doesn't know what this thing is about. It's been in movies. E.T. starts off with
They
them
made
in a
Stranger
D&D
Things.
Stranger Things is all about D&D. The Demigorgon is actually a D&D monster.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, but it started to get a lot of notice from the religious right and from the moral groups, right? And you started to see a lot of people boycotting Dungeons and Dragons. Did you ever have any experience with that? Did you have friends that weren't allowed to play because it was, summoning the devil or whatever?
We did have. Well, my own personal experience wasn't so much with Dungeons and Dragons on that. Is at that point in time I was pulling books out of the library about witchcraft, spells, and supernatural stuff. Just because D&D, you get into that kind of stuff. And at the time, I think I was in grade 7 at that time. The babysitter saw these books that I brought home from the school library, and she called the school and caused a big protest group to show up about why these books were in the library talking about spells and witches and demons and dragons. And
That's brutal.
I got called down to the principal's office, and they're asking me like, should we take these out of the library? What do you think? I'm like
No.
13. What do you, please? But just I think that was my first experience about seeing somebody else's complete bias on a topic.
Yeah.
Like that, without knowing all the facts about it behind it. I was just kind of stunned that people think like that.
I actually had friends who were not allowed to play.
Really?
Yeah. Now, they were kids of ultra religious people. And I always felt I felt bad for them because I thought they missed out on such a great opportunity to start using your intellect in a way that nothing else on the planet allows you to do. You certainly don't get it with digital gaming.
No, because you got to figure with digital gaming, everything is contrived and controlled in a specific environment, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's no programmer out there that can program for everything, kind of
That's
thing.
right.
So
you still have to. There are what are called now the massively multiplayer online role playing games where the universe is very open, but it still has to be applied to a set of rules.
Oh yeah. Like and 99% of it is all fetch and carry kind of questing that and grinding through it. Like it's just. Nobody ever did a D&D game where, okay, we're going to play for 4 hours just so we can get a level up. Like, that wasn't the point, right?
Yeah.
That's where it's kind of lost it for me.
Sean, our good friend Whitney Barrett jumps in and says, "Boo, I want to play."
I think it was our friend Whitney that did the Earth is Ours through digital for conferencing.
Yes, that's right. So that's another cool thing that this age that I keep calling it the age of the Jetsons, right? The video phone and all that kind of stuff. But that's another thing that this current technology allows you to do. You can play games virtually with your friends by setting up a Zoom meeting, let's say, and everybody kind of getting in, or Teams or Hangouts or Facebook Messenger groups or whatever you want, or rooms, I think they're calling them now. It's just really cool that you can actually set up all of these ways that you can still interact even though we're not technically supposed to be interacting yet.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think that shows the resiliency of people and how they want to actually communicate and talk with other people. Like we'll do a million things just to get on and see face to face with somebody or interact or do something with somebody, right? Like, where you could sit in your room and just mope, but people are gonna try anything to do it. Kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree.
The one thing I was looking at is that there's on I think it's Steam now. I think it's called Tabletop, and what it is somebody's developed a sandbox where you can put in your own rules and cards and games and make up your game digitally that people can come in. Now, it's still manually of pulling from your hand, putting down, moving the card to where you want. There's no AI behind it, but they've created that kind of sandbox.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's something that we should probably look into. Because
looking at it.
One of the cool things that folks who are regular viewers of the program may or may not know is that Sean is 1/3, as I am 1/3, of a local game development company called Krishada Games. Our good friend David Duke is the artist.
Amazing.
And the other third.
Yes. He's the da.
He's the da, he's the sha, I'm the cree. Now, why create games, Sean? Well, at some point, you certainly have a super impressive collection of games. You probably have, what, I'm not even.
175.
I don't even want to guess.
Okay.
You have a lot of games. I mean,
I
you
do.
probably have more games than game stores have games. And you could certainly be content with, just playing those games. What's kind of the drive that leads you into wanting to create something new?
I think it's sort of like, an author could read hundreds and thousands of books, but they still want to do their own book. A musician can listen to 1,000 songs, but still want to create their own song. I think it's you want people to experience what you've done, that you've experienced for what other people have done. There's a little bit of an ego in there, where it's always that maybe I can do it a little better than most people kind of thing, or you just want to have that something out in the world that's yours, that you've created, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, creation honestly is what we all kind of aspire to, I think, at any point in time, whether it's kids, life, family, or music, or
human beings are incredibly inventive and imaginative.
Yes.
And I think that there are certain times where those elements of your psyche get tapped into, and you just have you have no choice. Hey,
yeah,
let's write a game.
Honestly, usually for us, for this game, it's you. So what do you think of? And then it's just you and I riffing off each other, which honestly is another reason why I love creating games, is because I get to create them with you.
Aww.
And we have a great time doing it. I mean, we have sometimes very polar ideas about how a game should go,
but then you realize I'm right.
Yeah, and then I just do it my way, anyways.
I love it.
But you know what I mean? Again, that interaction with somebody to make something, to do something together is awesome. So.
I remember, and this is going back 5 or 6 years ago, maybe 7 years ago, 5 or 6 years ago. Ooh, I was sitting on the couch, and my son Noah was sitting there with me, and he looked at me and he said, "It would be cool if there was a game where you try to destroy the Earth."
Mm-hmm.
And but maybe it would be cool if there was a way that you were on teams, and one team was trying to save the Earth and the other team was trying to destroy the Earth, and he thought, yeah, that would be kind of cool. And that was as far as it went.
Yeah.
And then the next day at work, I remember I went to you and I said, "What do you think about if there was a game where you played on a team of people, so you weren't playing there's different styles of gaming, right? D&D would be cooperative play where you all play together as a party. Mortal Kombat is player versus player PvP. And a lot of games are very one pits one player against the other,
or one player against everybody else, kind of thing.
Yeah, but there's not really a whole lot of games where it's cooperative teams working together. And then so I said, what about this thing where maybe there's two teams, and one's trying to save the Earth, one's trying to kill the Earth, and you're like, yeah, that's cool. And then we just went our separate ways, right?
Yeah.
And then about an hour later, you walked over and you're like, yeah, so what if?
What happens if they were building a machine?
Yeah. And, literally that's how this whole process started. It was, we had the first fleshed out idea for this game within hours.
Yeah. It was like we came here one night and basically just started.
Do
we still have the original?
I don't think I have the original notebook anymore, but I have this one.
Oh.
Which is all of our. So these are how all of our games get started.
Yeah.
I don't know if people can see that with the glare on the thing, but let's see if we can move it up a little bit. There you go. So this is a notebook full of ideas for another game that we actually came up with this one on the way to see Elton John in Buffalo.
Yeah, this is the conspiracy
theory game.
Yes.
So there's just pages upon pages upon
debunk
pages.
levels. I remember all those. Yeah.
Right. So that's how the games get started. They start in a little notebook, and then eventually, once the notebook gets a little more developed, then we start working out. We have blank cards.
Yeah, our games are usually card games.
Our games are
for
usually
the most part,
based on cards.
We like them when they're portable and there's not a lot of pieces hundreds of pieces that people have to keep track of. All that kind of we want people to really play the game with other people rather than keeping track of points all over the place.
Exactly. So from there we move into handwriting these cards out. And then we go through the mechanics of the game and the logic, and we create the rules and see how the gameplay goes. And then eventually we do something called prototyping, which is where we get together and I typically do up some really crappy artwork, and you know, that kind of, once we've established that the rules are pretty much the way the rules are going to be, you know, we do this other thing called play testing, and that's part of what Whitney was a part of.
Yeah, Chantal, Whitney,
and Shelley as well.
Raven.
You know, this was where we get a group of people together that have never played the game before. We present them with how it works. We give them our handmade cards, and we're like, okay, how do you think this is? You know, here's how it plays. This rule kind of sucks. What if you guys did it this way? Okay, duly noted. Write it down in the notebook. Then we go back and we tease that out and see where it goes, trying to keep in mind, you know, that the logic has to work, the math has to work, it has to be fun. You know, you can't get bogged down in a bunch of details. And then once we've got it to the point where we can say, okay, that's the alpha stage, right? Like, okay, we're done in alpha. You know, our mechanics are pretty good by now. We know that things are probably going to stay this way, so we print up a version of it that's now on a printable deck.
Yeah.
And then we expand our playtesting. We invite more people and groups of people in, and we take criticism from them and constructive criticism. Actually, everybody's really awesome about it.
You know what? Honestly, like, and we get ideas that because our own personal bias on things, we don't tend to think. And I think honestly, the one that gets me to the most, and you probably will know exactly which one I'm talking about, is when we were playing and somebody came by to us, because at that point, for especially the Earth Desires, we just had colored borders and colored the colored robot pieces, and they said, well, I'm colorblind, so your green and yellow look exactly the same to me.
Yeah.
Like, how I can't tell the difference between them. And we were like, yeah.
I never thought about that.
I never, ever. And so that's where the symbols came from.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's stuff like that when people bring that up. And I'm like, oh, yeah. And that's why you need a community to make a game.
Exactly.
Right?
And then so once we beat that horse to death by playing that prototype over and over and over again.
And nobody wants to play with us
anymore. we go into what we call feature freeze.
Mm-hmm.
That's a term that I coined just because it sounds cool. But feature freezing to me means that we are no longer adding anything to the game. The game in and of itself is as complete as possible. And we freeze all the features in it. We freeze all the rules in it. We decide, okay, now we're going to
start the artwork. Really?
Yeah. Then we get in touch with our artist David, and he does some concept art, which is, you know, usually involves reaching directly into our brains and pulling out exactly the images that we wanted. I mean, like, he's uncanny how good he is.
Oh, amazing.
And then once we get the artwork done, we go into the crowdfunding mode, because we typically want to produce the games through crowdfunding. And then, after all that's done, we end up with one of these.
Yeah.
Or 1,500 of these. So
well, 1,400 now.
1,400?
I think a little less than 1,400 now.
Well, okay, sorry. We ended up with 1,500 of them, and we have a bunch left over. They're currently sitting above me, so if the ceiling crashes down...
Do you have... I have like 4 or 5 boxes in my house, too.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
okay, the majority of them are.
Yeah.
Anyway. But there's a really cool thing to seeing something that you've created, and you walk into the store, and it's on the shelf.
Yeah. When it was in, like, Cartoon Kingdoms, when they put them out there, there was nothing cooler than seeing the stack of them all. Yeah,
you know, we should say that the first couple places that jumped on board right away were ATO Gaming.
ATO Gaming, fantastic.
In Leamington. They were actually the first store in the world to carry it.
Yes.
And then shortly after that was CG Realm in Windsor.
Yeah.
And then we moved from there to Cartoon Kingdom. And you know, we donated a bunch of copies, you know, one to Wizards of Walkerville so people could try it out. I don't even know if anybody has. We donated one to Villains. Shelley Martinico bought one, so there you go.
Yeah.
And it's available for, as you can see on the ticker there, it's only $25. Anyway, so we thought it would be kind of neat to show you a little bit about what the game is and how to play it. And then maybe kind of talk a little bit about...
The next couple games?
Yeah, because we've got a bunch of games in development.
Oh, do we have a bunch of games in development?
And we actually had the next one was in prototype and was ready to go to crowdfunding when the whole virus happened.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, well, let's take a
Family. Look. Oh my God. It looks amazing. Who made that game?
So this is what you get. You get a little token. On one side is the bad guys, the Nefarians, and on the other side is the team that's irrelevant, the Benevolaites. There you go. So this guy acts as a coin that you flip to see which team starts the game, right? And then it also acts as a marker.
You didn't say how precision and dynamic that is so that it's 100% 50-50.
Yeah, actually, we spent a lot of time poring over the physics of it to make sure that it was absolutely 50-50 weighted. And I can guarantee you that if you were to spin that 1,000 times, 500 times it would come out one way and 500 times the next.
No.
Yeah. What else do you get? You get a fancy little rule book, which is probably the biggest mistake that we made.
Yeah.
Because you cannot get as complete with the rules as you need to in this little tiny book.
Yeah, which again we have learned that if you're going to have a box this big, you could probably have your rules be at least that big.
Yeah, we made the rules the same size as the cards.
Yeah, I don't know why we did.
Because we didn't know what the box was going to look like.
Yeah, and we never changed it. I don't know why.
So you can see, the abject size difference here between the rule. It could have been a little bit bigger. Then we would have been able to fit more rules on
there. Yes.
And then you have your 2 decks of cards.
I love the back.
So you have your evil guys and you have your good guys, which you can't see because they're covered by the pieces.
Yeah.
It's an extremely easy and fast game to play. You can. One of the kind of neat things about this game is that you can decide at the beginning how many points you need to complete the game, and by doing that, you can vary the length of the game. If you want to play a quick game that usually lasts around 10 minutes or so, you play to 2 points. If you want to play an average length of game, you play to 3 or 4 points. If you want to play a game that could take hours, you play to 7 points, which is the maximum. So
usually the booze runs out around 6. So.
Yeah, exactly, and then we don't care. Then I don't even remember how many points we have anymore. It's one of those things. Actually, it's kind of neat because it's not necessarily designed for the hardcore gamer, right? It's designed for the casual gamer. Right?
Yeah.
It's designed for parents with kids that want to get into kind of tabletop gaming for the first time. Or maybe are already doing something like Magic the Gathering but find it way too complicated. Or we actually have gotten a lot of feedback from people like real gamers, avid gamers, that say they love to play it as something quick in between. If they're at a tournament for something else, they'll pull this out and play a couple quick games while they're waiting.
Yeah, and the one thing that I think makes our partnership really good, kind of thing, is the fact that we approach this game differently. We think about it differently. The alliteration and the sayings, like you really wanted that that we weren't going to dumb it down. We were going to make it funny, all those words. And people have laughed when they come up across them, like the bazillion bisons belching kind of.
A billion belching bisons.
Yeah. And where I came across more on the strategy side of it, kind of thing, where it was sort of like, okay, we go here, we go here, we go here, we go here, kind of thing. But you and I putting that together made a game that fit a lot of people. You know what I mean? Like, we've had that 6-year-old playing with his grandfather, 60 or 70, and they're both having a great time for different reasons, kind of thing. Yeah. But they're at least playing together, kind of thing,
for sure.
Which is awesome.
And you can have, because they're color coded, that's the other neat thing, is you can actually have where you don't really care about the sayings or the categories. You're just playing for the color. I need a point in purple.
Yeah.
Or I need a point in orange. I need a point in blue. So it really lends itself well to having as massive an appeal as possible, and still be really easy to play.
Oh yeah.
It's super
even I can play it.
Even I can play it. Anyway. I don't know. Do you want to set it up?
Sure. Do we already have an open one, or
somewhere?
Somewhere.
What's over there?
Stuff.
I don't know if that's an open one or not.
Which one?
See the little Elton John character up there?
Yeah.
Is there one right beside it? Is that I see a purple box, but I don't know if it's a purple box like a game purple box. I can't see it from here. It doesn't look like it. It looks like it's a different color.
No.
I mean, I have one somewhere.
Some in the back of the car. But...
I mean, do we really care?
No. I don't.
This is reducing our inventory. We have to sell this game. We have to sell this copy. Or Who knows? Maybe we do something special for COVID and we give a copy away.
Yeah, we can definitely figure out something somebody can say or do,
or just even if you're tuned in right now, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to open this guy up so that we can see all the lovely cards. And maybe this should be another segment on the show. It should be like we go through all different kinds of games.
You know what? I'd come over. I got tons and tons of games I could bring, man.
Right?
Seriously, I got games I think even you would be okay with. Like,
you want to be the good guys. I know.
No. You be the good guys. You have a chance of winning this.
I don't want to be the good guys.
Right.
I hate the good guys.
Fine.
Evil will always win because good is dumb. This is a little Spaceballs moment. Okay, but you're going to have to shuffle these because, folks, when you go into business making card games, make sure at least one of your partners can shuffle. Kenny Lafferis jumps into the comments here and he says, love this game. Easy and a lot of fun. I've played with my friends, my grandkids, and no one has been disappointed.
Really?
So there you go.
Wow. Chris has been disappointed.
Yeah,
he never wins.
Kenny, your check will be in the mail shortly after the broadcast. So, but this is, it's one of those things that, it's so easy and quick to play. And so easy and quick to set up. I just think it's one of those things that we should really bring back game night.
Yeah.
Bring back the time when we all got together, when we're able to, again, of course. But when we all got together with our friends and we grabbed a thing of chips and a thing of soda and we.
Actually, do you know? Remember Will Wheaton?
Yes.
He actually has a YouTube channel.
It's called Shut Up, Leslie.
Yeah. That where basically what it's him and his celebrity friends or whatever get together and they play games like Settlers of Catan or we haven't got him to play Earth as ours yet, but
Will, your check will be in the mail after the broadcast.
But yeah, there are places where people are just playing, and you can see they're chit chatting about what the game is and what their strategy is and all that kind of stuff. And as I was going through this, I was remembering that there was a lot of decisions we had to make about this game. Like,
yes. Well, the very first when we first did this, remember that we had it where you couldn't just play.
Oh.
The point on the color you wanted. You had to wait until you drew a colored card.
Yes. Remember that? Or the dice, or you had to roll the dice.
We had like 600 cards in the deck of this thing. And then it was my brother-in-law.
Yeah.
Who suggested, well, what if you just did it with dice? I'm like, well, there's 5 colors. The sixth one would be wild. It's perfect. So we ended up doing it with dice.
Yeah.
The problem was the game went on forever because at the end of the game,
you're rolling for one.
If there's only one color, you only have a 2/3 opportunity to get that, either wild or another color. So at one point we just said, you know what? Let's just play one where who cares?
Put down a color. Like if you have it,
if you've got it, play it. If you got to play it. And you know what? That was the winner.
Yeah,
it made the games faster, but then we decided that okay, just increase or decrease the number of points that are available. You want to play longer? Play for more points.
Yeah. If you don't, yeah, exactly. And then we were like along the lines of like we were thinking like 2-on-2 or maybe, and then we got up to like what 6-on-6.
Yeah, the largest game we played with this is six people on each team, which is impressive.
And it was funny. Oh my god!
You'll see there's a point where you have to attack and defend each other. So there was one point we were playing the prototype. Now this is before we even had semi-printed, decent quality cards. These were just still handwritten cards, and we're playing at the Roma Club in Leamington. Remember this?
Yeah.
And we're sitting there, I think it was 4-on-4.
The Portuguese club, actually.
Sorry, the Portuguese club. Yes, 4-on-4, and we're all drinking a little. And, so you've got this group of 10 adults or 8 adults, yelling at each other, attack, defend, attack, defend. We had this whole group of people come over to us because they're like, what are you guys playing? What is this? This looks like a lot of fun. And then that's what I think for me, was the moment where I kind of went, okay, I think this could work.
Yeah, well, yeah, that one, and that was because our friend Nadine Danks there, who hates games, couldn't stand it. loved the game and wanted
Yeah.
to play some more. And I was like, "But you hate games?" She goes, "I like this one."
Nadine, your check will be in the mail right after this broadcast.
Dude, we're gonna run out of money. There, you have been evilly shuffled. Yeah, but and then some of the stuff that we had to learn too, like we were talking about tarot, the difference between bridge card size and poker card size, and we tried bridge card size. What are you doing?
I'm getting out cards to explain.
Oh Jesus. And or even like if you hold these cards up, and you probably can't see it too much, but if I hold them up with the light, you can't see through the cards. That's because what they have is it's called a core, which is a piece of material that's sandwiched between the front and the back of a card. Like it's not just one piece of cardboard that they stamp out. They actually layer them together, and it's called a GSM. And there's differences: blue, black, red, and it all has to do with the transparency of being able to see through the card, the bleed of the colors through the card, what it does on the edges of the card after you play for a long period of time.
Yeah.
And just the amount of stuff we had to go into, just
The amount of
technical
stuff,
wise.
the amount of stuff I had to learn about how, like, I just figured the cards, just print them.
Yeah.
But no, there's all these things. Yeah. Do you want a blue core? Do you want a black core? Do you want them in 300, 310 weight?
Yeah.
Do you want them in linen? Do you want
Cardboard? Or
I don't know. They're just cards. Print some cards.
Sharp corners, rounded
Yeah.
corners, bridge size,
It was
poker
amazing.
size, and just learning all that kind of stuff was incredible. Like whether we use it down the road, which well actually we are because we're making more card games, but just to learn that kind of stuff. One of the things I ended up having to get into was about shipping, international shipping, and ordering overseas because, and I hate to say it, but we tried to make the game in Canada or United States, and each game was going to come out to be what, $120 a game or something?
The prototype of the game was $86.
Yeah, one game,
and that did not decrease.
And that wasn't including a box or a rule book.
That was just the cards.
That was just the cards. And it did not decrease with the very big amount because we're not making tens of thousands. We're 1,500 of them. We're finding a company in China. Honestly, was the only place that had the manufacturing at the time and the price.
Yeah.
Learning about how we had to get an international company and trade card number. Whether we wanted to ship partial container or full container, what that meant, shipping, freight, transportation, inspection, customs.
All these things that we had no idea what we were just like, hey, let's make a game. That'll be fun. We'll never have to work again.
It's got to be easy.
It's got to be easy. Look how many people are doing it. Anyway, while you're shuffling, I'm going to give a quick overview of how to play the game. So the idea is, the game is called The Earth Is Ours. And so you have two teams, the good guys and the bad guys. The good guys are trying to save the world. The bad guys are trying to destroy the world. And they do this by constructing a machine. So one machine is going to be like the Defender, and that's the cool robot figure that you can see here. He's like the Voltron Defender guy. And then the evil team has some kind of nefarious, world-crushing machine at their disposal. So the way that these are set up in the 5 different colors is that they're each supposed to represent an area of the Earth that can be...
Can you even remember them?
I can. That can be affected. So the blue is environmental. The green is economics. The orange is technology. The pink is political systems, and the yellow is industrial. So those, So those are the ways in which you can try to either make a positive or a negative impact on the Earth. And if you do that by playing these cards. These are point cards, and we'll raise this one up and see. Probably have to turn around so you can read it properly. So this guy, for example, says it's clans of clueless counterfeiters, and it's green, which means I would try and play this on the economy. Okay? So I put this down. You can see at the bottom that it says it's worth 1 point, right? We'll just get a kind of a more of a close up of the card. This is like a really bad camera angle with the light, but there you go. Clans of Clueless Counterfeiters for 1 point. So I would try and get a point in this category. Now the cool thing is that if we were playing in teams, anybody on Sean's team, if they had a green sword, so we see here this is a sword card, right? Now this just happens to be purple, but let's assume for the sake of argument that it's green. If they had a green sword, they could play it, okay? And try and take this away. Now anybody on my team, if we had a green shield, like this. Green Shield Canada will be a corporate sponsor. We can play that and try and keep it there. And it just goes back and forth until somebody either has more attacks or more defends. If there are more attacks, the card gets taken off and we try again. If we have the same number of defends, right, so we've beaten off all the attacks, then that stays, we officially get 1 point and the game continues. That's the entire game.
Yep.
In a nutshell. That is the entire game. The only other thing that happens is we have these black cards. And they are special point cards. Here, I'm going to turn around so you guys can see it. Action cards, yeah. But they're black in color to differentiate them from all the rest of the cards. So we have, this one, for example, says +1. You can play as any point, or play as 1 point on any color. So it doesn't matter if I don't have a green card. Where are we? There. It doesn't matter if I don't have a green card. I could take this and say, oh, you know what? I'm going to get a point there. Similarly, these cards have supports or
denies.
Yeah, supports and denies, attacks and defense, with either a thumbs down card. So again, anybody on Sean's team could play this thumbs down and take that card away, and then anybody on my team, if we had one, could play a thumbs up card and play that card and keep it there, so on and so forth. That is the entire game. That's how the entire game works. So at the beginning of the game, we decide how many points we're going to play to, and that determines how long the game lasts.
You want to go 1 point each?
Yeah, so we're just going to do a quick one so that you guys can see how the game works. And so we'll play to 1 point. Now, everybody that's playing gets a hand of 7 cards. One of the rules is if you look at your hand, you can only have 2 of the black cards in your hand at any time, just because they're so powerful. So if you have at any point drawn more than 2 black cards, pick one of them, or pick the appropriate number to drop you back down to 2 that you want to get rid of, and drop it. So Sean, since you are a guest in the studio, I am going to let you flip to see who goes first.
Oh, wow. Ergonomically, massively precise.
Yeah.
Yep, it works.
He's flipped for himself. You can see. Let's test that realm of probability right now.
Ooh.
50-50.
But that doesn't count.
It doesn't count. Sean goes first.
I goes. All right, I am going to go with Brigades of Benevolent Bureaucrats.
So he's going to try and get a point in the political category, and I'm going to say, pow, I attack. Now, Sean has to have a purple shield card if he wants.
I don't.
Which he doesn't, so that gets discarded, and he draws back up, and I draw back up because the turn is over, and everyone must have 7 cards in their hand at the end of each turn.
And with the multi-purpose precise disc that we have included in the box, it's also a way of keeping track of whose turn it is. Because unlike most games where it goes around in a circle, clockwise or counterclockwise, it goes one team, next team, and then it will cross over to the person to your left, and then go back across in a
zigzag pattern.
And where the last person would then hand it back to the very person. So we found it, especially because everybody goes back and forth with so many attacks and defends and cards and all over the place, and then everybody bitches at each other. It's just easier to have who's first.
Yeah. So the other thing to think about it is that what's something that sucks about most games, especially turn-based games like this, is you have to wait until it's your turn to play. with this game, what's kind of cool is everybody plays on everybody's turn, right? So, like we just saw, Sean tries to put down a point. I happen to have a card that I could attack him with, but it could have been anybody on my team.
Mm-hmm.
Once he makes his decision, it's then open for anybody to play or to respond on my team, and anybody on his team to respond.
Yeah,
right.
That's where the cooperative comes in.
Exactly.
And the amount of repercussions of people not helping or helping comes out in the game.
Well, I happen to redraw a card that I had earlier, so I'm going to try Clans of Clueless Counterfeiters for 1 point in the economy.
And me being a good guy, I'm going to let you.
So Sean can't attack it. So I am now going to draw back up. Now, because we've decided that we're only playing to 1 point, this category is now complete and becomes wild. So
But Chris, what does your machine part say?
So what does this mean? What does this mean when this goes wild? It means that if I happen to have any green swords or green shields, they now become good for any other color. Not the points, just the attacking and defendings. It also means that this category is now locked, and Sean can't take that point away from me. So effectively, I'm now winning the game by 1 point.
Yep.
1 out of 5 points.
And that wild only happens on the very first color you complete.
That's right.
All right.
Now it becomes Sean's turn.
Now it becomes mine. Did you draw up, sir?
I did draw.
Oh,
yes.
good. Then I am going to, because I'm very political, lots of loyal leaders. Because I don't think you got anything.
I don't. I have nothing. So Sean gets that. And he's going to... Now, his first category that he's flipped over now becomes wild. So anything that he picks up in terms of a purple sword or a purple shield now becomes any color applicable. Only the attacks and defense, not the points.
Yes.
The other thing that you can do is for any closed category at the beginning of your turn, if you can discard 1 card in your hand from that color. So, for example, if I had another green point piece, it's not worth anything to me at this point, so I could discard it, draw up a new card without ending my turn. I would still be able to take my turn. But I'm not entirely worried about that, so I also am very political, and I will say I'm going to play bunches of busybodies in politics and try and get a point that way.
And again,
Sean has nothing to attack it with, so that category now gets closed off. I don't flip it over to say wild, because only the first category that gets closed gets wild. And now I draw back up, and we move the token over to Sean.
And one of the other actions you can do on your turn, but it costs you your turn, is you can get rid of 1 to all the cards in your hand, if you would like, to do a redraw. And since I don't like what I have in my hand so much, I'm going to get rid of 2 cards, draw up 2, and then pass that back to Chris for his turn.
All right, so my turn. I want to continue down the path I am here, and I want to play Herds of Horrible Hunters for 1 point in the environment category. He's going to attack, and I'm going to defend.
Attack!
And I don't have enough defense cards to complete that, so that does not stay. It goes away. I must.
By the way, that was a ping and a snap.
Okay. I must draw 2 more cards because I've used 2. Sean must draw 2 cards, and play goes back to Sean.
And I am going to go with heaps of harmonious helpers.
Attack!
And I will not do that.
This is essentially as complicated as the game gets. It's a little different when it's a one-on-one because you don't get the team aspect of it.
And you don't get as many cards in play as we normally do.
Yeah. Well, then I'm going to play for industry Crews of Careless Carpenters for 1 point.
And I will allow you to do that.
Oh, that's mighty benevolent of you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so now that closes off this category. So you can see that even if we didn't have a whole lot of time to dedicate to playing the game, this game essentially is almost over. I only need 2 more points to win the game.
Essentially over. You were. All right, I'm going to go with Piles of Plentiful Power. Sir.
Attack. Now I can use this green attack because green is wild.
Yes. I get it.
All right. Well then, for my turn, I will play in technology Zillions of Zippy Zombies.
I will let you have it.
Wow. See, the downfall to this is that Sean can't rely on any of his teammates to help him out.
Yeah.
So I have played that. I must now draw back up to 7, and it becomes Sean's turn.
I will go with a plethora of perfect processors.
And I have nothing, so that becomes yours.
All right, then.
Now, for those of you who want to see, this is my hand currently, and it's pretty terrible. So I am going to throw away everything except these 2 cards. So I will draw 5 more cards. And the cool thing is, you know, another thing that's neat about this, because it's cooperative, is that your team, you can talk to your teammates, right? And confer back and forth. All right, Sean, it's your turn.
Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate that immensely. I am going to go Piles of Pure Profit.
You can have it. So you see, it kind of looked dire, right? Because it was you know, Sean only had a couple of them filled. I had almost all of them filled. But now it's really, it's anybody's game at this point. Unless, of course, I were to play gobs of greasy garbage in the environment for 1 point.
Oh, come on, except...
Defend.
It had to happen eventually.
Now I also had another green
I
defense
couldn't get
card
any of
for
my
a while.
wild cards out of there.
So this category becomes closed. The game is now over. I have won the game.
And the most important
Sean,
rule...
Who has won the game?
You won the game.
That's right. The very most important rule of all, at the end of the game, is the victorious team must yell together, "The Earth is ours!"
For now.
And there you go. That's the entire game. See how easy that is? See how amazingly simple it is? It's super fun. It's super easy to learn.
And cleanup is quick.
Exactly. There aren't 1.5 million little tokens to gather and put away. It's really just as simple as collecting the cards back up, tossing them back in the deck, and making sure that you're good to go. Let's put the rule book in between as a divider. That's why we made it that size.
No. Shh. Okay. Actually, what we did was...
Oh, is that what we did?
Yeah.
Our perfectly spherical, mathematically agnostic disc also works as a divider between the cards.
Which we planned.
We entirely planned that. And then our rule book that's not the same size as the box goes in over there. The box goes on top, and there you have it. That is The Earth is Ours from Crashada Games, available for $25.
And this one, to whoever wants to make a comment of they want it, we'll look back and put names on a thing and draw one.
Yeah, so I'll tell you what, that's a great way to do it. Here's what we're going to do. Just like Sean said, if you want a copy of The Earth is Ours by Crashada Games, we are 100% on board helping people out. So what we will do is, if you want one, say you want one in the comments, and we'll collect up everybody's things. Like Sean said, we'll do some kind of mathematical randomizer in some kind of database.
Which may be called a HAT.
That's right. That's right. A highly anthropomorphic test. And we'll pick somebody at random, and you will receive a copy of The Earth is Ours, good for ages. What? I mean, we can't officially recommend an age because then we have to go through a litany of testing. But we've had people as young as 6 and as old as 70 play the game. So it's awesome.
Yeah.
And it can be yours for the low price of free.
Yeah. Which is awesome.
That's our gift to you guys for being awesome.
And we will deliver it contactless and safely in the COVID-19 era.
I mean, unless you happen to be from someplace else, in which case
we'll mail it.
In which case we'll mail it to you. Jocelyn is the first one to.
Oh.
Yeah. So Jocelyn says, haha, well, this is neat. Way to keep the show going. That's pretty cool. And then Jocelyn also says, that's such a cool game. Add me into that random raffle. Well, you are entry number 1. So if no one else enters, Jocelyn,
you win it.
You've got yourself a game. All right. Well, you know what the cool thing about developing games, though, is? He says, pausing to swig another swig of whiskey. You know what, Sean, if I could be so bold.
Oh.
Behind you, there is a mini fridge. And in that mini fridge are tasty cold lager beverages, and I would dearly love one of those.
I could switch to a lager right about now too.
I just want something to kind of quell this in between, like to cleanse my palate.
You know, the funny thing is, buddies of mine, Ian and Mike, they invited me the last 2 or 3 times to the Detroit Beer Fest over in the States, which is awesome because it's something like $20 for a ticket. You get 10 tokens for 10 beers. Which is like the cheapest you can, and each other token is like $0.25. So yeah, you can get some really, and we have. But the one thing that we found is after about 2 hours of just drinking beers constantly, you will kill for like a whiskey or a wine or something. But
no. All right. Well, Sean's going to go and get this next thing, and I thought, well, sorry, not I. Sean and I thought it would be fun to kind of show you guys what we're working on right now.
Ooh, Laker, or you want the crap OV?
No, I'll take Laker.
Okay.
The OV is still warm. Did you know, by the way, it's sold out in the city of Windsor? There is none to be found.
What, OV?
Yep. You cannot buy it in bottles.
Don't they usually just make like 10 anyways? Like, who drinks that stuff?
Thanks, Sean.
You're welcome, Chris. Well, I've been doing my part in supporting the local breweries. You go Howard all the way out. You know where?
Wolf's Head?
No.
Oh.
Well, there's Wolf's Head. Yeah,
Okay.
I do that in Wolf's Head. But there's a place called GL Heritage Brewing, and you go all the way out Howard, and you know where Howard stops, and there's like this little church they're building, and there's a road. Just before that, on the right-hand side, there's a GL Heritage Brewing place. Now, they opened up just for the pandemic to close them down.
No.
So they were open last year a bit. They actually, it's nice. It's just a local brewery, and we're getting a lot of them, which I around Windsor, which I'm really like Sandwich Brewery. They do some nice stuff, and then Brew 2 and all the rest. So anyways, that's my plug for.
I'm sorry. I'm just in awe out of this. Like every once in a while, I just look at this. I look at this program, and I'm just like, the amount of stuff that we're able to do with it is just absolutely incredible. You know, like it's our little logos in the bottom there. See, right there. Look, it's our little logo.
Yeah.
Right there. It's fantastic.
And Jocelyn is right. We are definitely making alcohol during quarantine, especially if you have children.
Mm.
That's the way you have the same number of children that you started with at the end of it.
All right. Well, like I was saying, we thought, Sean and I were talking about, originally, I had some technological difficulties yesterday, so I've been taking Sundays off. And I thought Sunday would be the great time for me to tear down all of my servers that I have running in my house and move them into a different location so they can be cooled properly with some air conditioning. And went through this whole thing where my son and I, we moved all the servers in there. We created a ducting system so that it will take the hot exhaust from the computers and vent it outside along with the air conditioning heat outside. The air conditioner will just blow its cold air inside. Perfect. Turned on one of the servers and it was unresponsive. I mean, unresponsive to the point where I actually had to take every physical component out of it. And what was originally supposed to take a couple of hours took 11 hours.
Welcome to IT.
Yeah, so I was not a happy camper last night. People around my house have commented that the air is still blue from the amount of swearing that was going on in the server room. So I did not have time. Typically on Sundays, I kind of look forward to the week and I book guests that haven't been on yet and all that kind of stuff. I hadn't done any of that. I had no guests for today. I thought if the J Shark guys were available, maybe we would do another jam today. They're not available, so we're going to do, I think, Thursday, if I can shuffle some scheduling around. Anyway, then...
So you
Sean,
scraped the bottom of the barrel and said, you know who I can call? I could call Sean.
No, see, it's not like that. Because originally I was just going to call the show off. I was going to be like, you know what, I have nobody to talk to. I don't feel like anybody's going to give a crap watching me play songs for 5 hours, so let's just scrap it. And then I talked to Sean, because Sean and I were supposed to get together yesterday for for the first time in 5 months.
Oh, God, yeah.
And talk about the games and just even just do one of these.
Yeah,
Raise a glass and be able to just kind of get together as friends and talk about the situations and blah 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 blah. Anyway, neither one of us got to do that because he had a server crash and there must have been something in the air yesterday, like bad. Solar flares or something. It was bad. It was a bad scene. Anyway. So today we decided that I'm not going to do the show. Let's just get together. We'll talk about the next game because we have all these games in the pipeline and we now have this new idea for a game.
Oh,
it's very exciting.
Which we were going to want people to comment on because we're kind of iffy on it.
So we decided. Yeah, Sean said, "Well, I'll just be over around 7 o'clock because that's a good time for me." And I said, "Oh, well, 7 o'clock. That's usually the time that the show is. Why don't we just do this on the show?"
Yeah, and Chris said he hates his people that watch it, so let's put Sean on to just punish them.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you're the well-lit, handsome one, and I'm the little troll in the dark over here. That's how it works.
You notice I'm not part of the... I gotta get Dave to redo the icon for us, eh?
No, you just have to grow your beard back out.
Yeah, you're gonna have to talk to Leah.
No, that's fine.
Actually, no. You know what? I have been... for most people that don't... I used to have a beard that was epically Viking, but honestly, I've been actually enjoying the smooth shave kind of thing.
I'm so sorry.
I know. I didn't think I would.
Yeah.
And the reason I took it off is I had it for what 8-10 years or something like that.
It was brilliant.
It was, but it was getting to the point where it was so damaged that you try and do that start over from scratch kind of thing. And then I took it off, and then my wife said she missed my face and liked it, so. And I'm going to keep my wife happy.
Sure. Sorry, Jocelyn jumps in and says, yesterday was a bad day. Her basement flooded.
Oh.
Everything else.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm also very sorry. That little smile and the clap of enjoyment was just that it wasn't just me.
Yeah.
That's all.
I've been there with the basement thing. Man, Windsor, I've never heard a place so bad for flooding.
Yeah.
It is just, wow.
Yeah. So... we decided that we would do this as part of the show, but then we thought what would be kind of interesting is we'll talk about the process, right? We'll talk about the game that we have right now that is available for $25. Shameless shilling, or for free if you want to join Jocelyn in the raffle. But right now it's just her in there. It's her name. She's getting a game if nobody else enters. So
she's out there blocking everybody.
And we thought it would be kind of cool to show you guys what other things we're working on. Because we do have, at this point, 5 games in the pipeline.
Yeah, one that we were almost going to do on Kickstarter.
One that
so close.
We actually, we went to prototype. We went to feature freeze and prototype on it. And we were ready to start the crowdfunding to get it ready for Christmas this year. And then COVID happened. Yeah, very, very weird.
And just so everybody, one of the big things, the reason why we've kind of put that off is the fact that amongst all the people that I've been talking to about getting or trying to get games shipped and through international borders and everything else, it is just a nightmare. Places are only working at 20% capacity. We're looking where we could have to put things off for 5 to 6 months, and we didn't feel that would be right for people to have to wait so long on something they paid for.
Yeah.
We want to wait until we know that we can get people the game when we have the game kind of thing. So we're sorry about that, but
well, he's sorry. I'm not sorry. I don't care.
I didn't want to do the extra paperwork.
One of the cool things that we decided is if you can see the box, and I'm gonna hold the box up to the camera again. You can see on the box that we have 2 characters, right? We have Dr. Nefarious for the Nefarians. He's the evil guy. And we have the Benevolite.
Yeah.
Mr. Benevolite. Yeah, Mr. Benevolite. He's the superhero. He's the good guy. What we've decided to do is in our universe of games, we're going to carry these 2 characters forward. So in every game that we produce from now on,
we're going to try and tie in a character.
Yeah, we're going to tie in either the Dr. Nefarious or Mr. Benevolite. So anyway. The next game in the exciting thing of Krishada Games. And this is how it starts, folks, right here. I'm going to hold this up and we'll see if the glare is too bad for you to read this. But this is a personal favorite of Whitney Barrett. It's a personal favorite of pretty much everybody in my house, and a lot of other people have said that this game is really they're looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's anticipated.
And I think it's just because, you know, as we produce the first one, we learn things, right? And then we go off and we kind of apply the things that we've learned and kind of refine them. But what's cool is that all these games are completely different from one another.
Yeah. They don't come out to be the same in any way, shape, or form.
That's right. So here's the story. The story is that Dr. Nefarious, being the evil scientist that he is, has a laboratory. Of course he does.
Of course he does.
Every evil scientist has a laboratory, don't they? We've all seen the Creature feature. We've all seen Frankenstein. Every evil scientist has a lab where he builds things. Now, Dr. Nefarious decides to use his talents to do things like Dr. Frankenstein, where he is going to make these hideous monsters. Okay? But he does it in a very unique way. So he will take pieces of different monsters and then kind of stitch them together into this hideous construct and set this thing loose on the town to pillage the village, as they say.
Pillage the village.
So, the way that we do this, I'm going to let Sean, if you don't mind, just start to separate those out.
Certainly.
And I'll start to separate these out. And the village in this case is known as Bleaksville because it's not a very happy place to live. Why is it not a happy place to live? Well,
they kept monsters sent down to
they have an evil scientist that sets monsters loose on the town. So we have the town of Bleaksville. That is these are the characters. We call them the Bleaksville Battle Burgers. As in the residents of a town, the burg, not as in the tasty treat between a bun. So the citizens of Bleaksville.
Tasty treat between.
What? The citizens of Bleaksville decide that they've had enough, right? They've had enough of this, and they are forming a brigade of warriors to go after these beasts and chop them up and kill them before they're allowed to get to the town. They are bounty hunters. So what's in it for them is every time they get a piece of a monster, if they take its head, its torso, its arms or legs, each one of those is worth a certain amount of money. And so at the end of the game, the player, the bounty hunter with the most collected pieces wins the game.
That sounds simple.
And they do this by fashioning any kind of weapon they can. I mean, you're walking down the street and you see a cinder block and you pick up a cinder block and that's your weapon that you're going to use.
And you set it on fire for a cinder block.
That's right, yeah. So, this is the kind of cool way that this game gets set out. You have... Here, I'll put these up at the camera while we're talking. So, you have a pile of beast heads. You also have a pile of beast torsos. You have a pile of right arms.
Hold on. Haven't stitched those together. There we go.
And you have a pile of left arms. And you have a left leg and a right leg. So if you lay them out like this, you can kind of see how they make the shape of a monster, right? So, at the beginning of the game, we shuffle up our Bleaksville Battle Burgers, and we choose to see who we're going to be, who we're going to play as. So we each randomly choose a Battle Burger, and I am playing as, there we go, Henrietta the Haberdasher.
Now here's the best part. Chris has looked up all these old type of professions, and they're actual real professions back in like the Renaissance, the Dark Ages kind of thing. So Chris, what does a haberdasher do?
A haberdasher is a collector of goods. for sale at a market.
Oh, I
Yes.
see. And I have Irving the Idleman. Now,
You see?
I'm going to go with Idleman as just being some lazy git, but I'm assuming that there's an actual profession for that.
Nope, that is what it is.
He's a lazy git?
Irving the Idle. An idleman is someone who just sits by and lets the world pass them by.
Ah, all right.
Now, in addition, because you don't just let anyone be a battle burger or a bounty
they gotta
hunter.
have a
You have to
problem.
have a special skill. So each one of our characters also gets a boost. We get a superpower that we can only use once per game. So whatever card we get, we keep it secret from each other, and we can only use this card once in the game. So I'm going to look at what mine is. Perfect. And I'm going to put that there. So what's kind of neat is the cards for the characters are color coded, right? So these happen to be light blue. Sean's are light green. So any pieces of monsters that I get that are light blue in color, I get extra points. Any pieces that he collects that are light green, he get extra points.
Plus, also, you can match.
You have a little symbol, yes. Okay, so everybody who's playing, and we've tested this with, I think, up to 8 people playing.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, this is a player versus player, right?
Yeah.
So it means that I'm out for myself and myself only. There's no teamwork unless I want to make a secret pact with somebody at the table. But as far as I'm concerned, it's me versus Sean.
Yeah. Unless you want to make a pact,
So this guy doesn't
then
get
win?
in?
Yeah. Okay.
He hasn't said very much for the
I
whole
know.
show, so.
Been lazy.
All right, and unlike in the other game, we only get 5 cards. Do some quick math, find out that we each have 5 cards. Now, should I pull out a couple examples and show
Sure.
what these things are? All right. I think that's about it, isn't it? Oh, there's bartering.
Yeah, there's Barter Butcher.
So, do you want to explain, Sean?
All right,
This is
so
where Sean,
our dear friend,
can you roll your eyes audibly while you do it?
I can put upon my put upon voice. So, our dear Chris, who, as everybody knows, is a giant wordsmith and is amazing when it comes to vocabulary, and a little bit of OCD. When he heard that we were going to have Beast Brigade with the BB, he decided that the entire game was going to have something in regards to B. So when we have attack cards, which are butchery cards, and blasting and bashing and brainy, and then we have where we take away attacks, which are bummer cards. We have where you're taking pieces away from people, which are broker cards. You could start a brawl. You could
If someone
barter.
if someone tries to play something on you, you can also then bounce it back to that person. So everything in the game, apart from the weapons, begins with the letter B.
Yeah. And there was a lot of alcohol to try and figure all those out. More on my part, because at one point I was just like, can we just stop? But he persisted, and it made the game way much better.
The cool thing about this game is that the end of the game is completely random.
Yeah, I've never seen this mechanic in all the games I've ever played.
And it's so far it's a unique mechanic to any other game. So what happens is there is a group of people in town. Of course there is. There's a group of people in town that want to boycott the hunt because they feel that, monsters are people too, and we shouldn't be killing the monsters.
And what is this group called?
It's called Let 'Em Be. They're the League for the Ethical Treatment of Monsters and Biological Entities. So their acronym is Let 'Em Be. And once the first monster has been butchered, well, that's when these people find out about it, and they try and boycott the hunt. Okay, so every once in a while you'll draw this card that says boycott. If the first beast hasn't been butchered yet, you just simply put this back in the deck and draw another one. But after the first monster has been butchered, if you draw this card, you have to play it in front of you. And when you play it in front of you, you have now been boycotted. You can still participate in the game. Everything works as normal, except When everybody around the table has drawn a boycott card, the game is over.
Yeah.
There is no rhyme or reason to when these cards come out. So and this is the best part about this game, is you can be in the middle of this fantastic strategy, and the turn before you,
And
somebody draws the boycott card and the game's over. So, essentially what you're going to do is, let's turn over our first beast.
Ooh. I'll let you do it.
No, you do it.
Oh,
there.
okay.
So we have the head of a lich.
Ooh. The arm. Oh, I've got these on the wrong side. I think, yeah. So we have the left arm of a Yeti, the right arm of a Krampus, the torso of a blob. Oh, we're going to have to switch those over. The left leg of a golem, and the right leg of an ancient one.
So there you can see, kind of on the table, we now have this monster with the head of a lich, the arms of a Krampus and a Yeti, the torso of a blob, the leg of a golem, and the leg of an ancient one demon. So you will be able to see that on these cards there is a point value in the top. If my glare on my screen was not that bad. There you go. So the lich head, for example, the lich head is worth 15 points. Okay? And we see that he has a little claw symbol in a circle in the top corner, which means that any weapons that you have that have a claw symbol on them are worth double. Okay?
What's the claw?
So, beastly. The claw is a beastly attack. So, what you're going to do is in your hand of cards, you will get weapons cards. And these weapon cards look like this. So this is a basically blunt butter knife. It's worth 5 points, and it's part of the Barbie or stabby category. So what we would need to do is, if I wanted to collect the lich head, right, begin my collection of monster parts so I get bounty points. If I wanted to collect the lich head, I would need 15 or more points of weapons in my hand. Let's say that I did. Let's say that I had exactly as many points as I needed to. Well, that's where people around the table, once I've determined that, yes, I'm going to play this number of points, we go once around the table, and people can play bummer cards. And they say, oh, sorry, that's been blindly bungled. You need another 10 points, right? So let's say that, you go to make your attack and you slip, right? So it's not as effective as you thought. You lose 10 points. I would then have the opportunity to add more points if I had them in my hand, and we just keep going around the table once until everybody played these cards and I was either successful or not. Let's pretend, for the sake of argument, that I was successful in obtaining this monster part. So now, I am the proud owner of a lich head. So I am now winning the game because I have 15 points. Kind of cool thing that other players can do to me is they can butcher these parts. So for example, this card is bloody well butchered. So Sean could play this card on the piece that I have here, and it's worth -30. So on a 15-point piece, it becomes 0.
Yeah.
Okay? This is now worthless to me. If he's successful in playing it, this now is always worth 0. So if I try to trade this card to somebody else, they get 0 points as well. So, if he had tried to do the butchery card on me, I could have played bounce, where he would have to pick somebody else instead of me. And there's all kinds of other cards that we will probably be able to explain once we start playing the game. It's probably a little easier to explain once we're actually in gameplay. So, for now, and we can be a little vocal about what our hands hold, because it's, this is a little more complicated. We share a deck of cards. There will be the draw pile. There will be a discard pile. And everybody must have 5 cards in their hand at the beginning and end of each turn. So because I won the last game...
I'm going to let you go first.
Oh, I was going to let you go first.
No, sir. You go first.
Okay, so we look here and we see that the Krampus arm here, he's worth 60 points. But you see how he's got a little rope there? That means that he's susceptible to bindy weapons, weapons that bind, right? And I happen to have Edna Garrett's Gruesome Garrote. And it's a bindy weapon worth 30 points, but because this is also a bindy affected weapon, This is double, so this is worth 60. So I need exactly 60 points to take the Krampus arm, and that's what I've got. So I'm going to play Edna Garrett's Gruesome Garrote. Sean now has the opportunity to knock that down if he wants.
And I'm going to say you badly botched it.
So I badly botched. Here, I'm just going to hold that up so people can see it.
Yep.
He's played a bummer card on my turn. Man, what a bummer. You badly botched that. So now I need another 15 points at least, even if I want to continue. So I look through my hand and I see, yeah, you know what? It's worth a lot of points. I think I really want it. So I'm going to use my next weapon, a sack of stones for breaking bones, and that's another 25 points. So now I am 10 points above where I need to be. I have 70 points to the 60, and we've gone technically once around the table because Sean's the only one that is playing. He can't do anything anymore to defeat that. These cards get thrown away. I am now the proud owner of a Krampus arm. That goes in my inventory. I draw back up to 5 cards because I've used 2 cards in that. And I am now technically winning the game because I have 60 points.
Yes.
And now it goes to Sean's turn.
And I am looking at that blob because, again, I have yellow cards, which are with the boomy.
Yes, boomy, the explosive, the boomy weapons.
So I'm going to hit him with a super thick dynamite stick with a finger fracking firecracker. Finger fracker firecracker.
Finger fracker firecracker. So
try and say that one 10 times fast.
So he's got 40.
Well, because
40 points, and that's doubled.
Yes,
so
which is 80
to the 65, right? So I'm going to go and say you've badly botched that and basically borked that. So that's now 20 points subtracted from what he needs. So he needs an additional
5 points.
An additional 5 points if he wants to keep playing.
But I have, in my playing, got a perfectly painful paper cutter.
So he gets the next 10 points he needs. It's his. We now throw those cards away. Sean is the owner of a blob torso.
Woo!
And Sean is now winning the game because Sean's torso is worth 65 because he's an ass. We draw back up. And sorry, I should have mentioned that we draw back up in order. You should have drawn first instead of me getting in there. But
I know.
But that's okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm thinking that the next thing that looks good for me is this Yeti arm. Because the Yeti, if you can see it there, the Yeti has a bashy weapon. See how it's got the little fist for bashy? So any bashy weapons that I have are worth double. And I do have one. I have the heavy-handed haymaker for 30 points, and because it's doubled, it's worth 60, so I'm going to lay that down. I'm 10 points over. Ooh. It's now up to Sean to knock that down if he can.
Well, not only did you basically bork it, blindly bungled it, but you've also badly botched it.
So how much am I down?
That is down 30 points, sir.
So I was 20 above, so I'm 10 below.
No, you were 10 above.
Oh, so I'm 20 below.
You're 20 below.
Well, that's okay, because I have a basic but brutal building block, and I'm going to use that, add that to my arsenal of weapons, and I am going to take that Yeti arm.
Damn you, sir.
So we are still working on killing the first beast. So if we draw up any boycott cards in our hand, they don't take effect. And this is the game that is number 2 in development. So this is the one that would have been going out on crowdfunding had we been able to continue. But it got to the point where we basically have all of the rules down, we have all the mechanics down, we have the logic is sound, the mathematics are relatively sound, and now we're playing with like our first prototype deck. So it's Sean's turn. He can choose from a Lich Head, a Golem leg, or an Ancient One leg to add to his collection, or he can choose to discard one or as many cards as he wants, and that's totally up to him.
You know what I'm going to do? I think I'm going to go for that Ancient One leg because it's looking pretty tasty. Now this +5 to blasted beasts.
That happens at the end of the game.
4 points.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I have a what is it? Barbie. Barbie. So that's 40.
Barbie, like not as in the doll, but Barbie as in a pointed end, like it's a barb.
So that's 40 because it's doubled. 65. 100. 105. So I have a legendary Loogie launcher with a sketchy kind of power line attached to nothing but a headbutt with less than legal lawn darts.
For 105?
For 105, sir.
Okay, and you need 100. I'm going to say that you've blindly bungled that, so that's going to take you down 10. So you need an additional 5 if you want to continue, and you don't have it, do you?
No, sir. I did everything I had.
You draw back up. And the reason that you draw in order in this game is because the boycott cards are important, right? The
Yes.
order with which people draw the boycott cards is important. All right, so it's my turn. I don't really have anything useful, so I'm going to discard 3 cards, and that will be my turn. So I'm drawing back up 3 more cards, and now it is Sean's turn.
I am going to go with a Fast and Furious flamethrower on the Lich Head.
On the Lich Head.
The Lich Head. So I am 10 points over.
You're 10 points over. He's using the Fast and Furious flamethrower, a Bernie type of weapon.
Bernie.
And I have nothing to combat that with. So the Lich,
Oh,
congratulations, the Lich Head is yours.
Thank you for that really excellent small piece.
Well, Sean's going to draw back up. And I see that that Ancient One leg is looking pretty good right now.
Oof.
So I'm going to use my terrifically tacky tactical tape to bind it in place.
Ooh, 50
And then I'm going to use a frankly frightening flesh flayer for another 50 points for 100 points right on the money.
I think, sir. I think you basically booked that.
So it's -5, eh?
-5. Dude.
Well, I'll add in Handy Andy's horrible handsaw to complete that, and now the Ancient One is mine. So I get the Ancient One leg to add to my collection. I draw back up to 5 cards, and Sean draws back up to 5 cards, and the gameplay continues.
I'm really upset you took the Ancient One.
I know you are. I'm sorry.
So I'm going to broker with you.
Oh!
I am going to swap a piece with someone, and I'm going to give you my famous, amazing.
So let me just explain
All
this
right.
card, just, for people to see it. So a broker card allows you to swap a collected piece with someone, and they don't have any say in the matter unless
They have
a bounce card, which would force him to pick another target. Since we're only 2 players, it would end his turn. But I don't have that.
There you
So
go. It's
Sean-
an excellent.
Sean gives
One of a
me
kind.
his 15-point Lich Head and steals my Ancient One worth 100 points. He's officially a rat bastard. Well, we have a Golem leg, which
Ooh.
is affected by a Blasty type of weapon.
It is.
And here is the Blasty type of weapon. You'll see it's got a little gun symbol in it. So I'm going to use my rapidly repeating revolver. That's worth 40 points. And then I am also going to add on to that a bone-bending bear trap for another 35 points. So I have 75 points in total. So Sean, it's up to him to knock that back down if he can or chooses to.
I don't have enough. No.
All right. So this piece now goes into my collection. I draw back up. But the first monster has been
It's dead.
eliminated, right? So now we turn over a new monster. We see what the next beast that Dr. Nefarious is going to set upon the town is. And now any boycott cards that we draw come into play. So as of this moment, the game can end immediately.
Yes.
So we have the head of a mechanoid, the left arm of a golem, the torso of a great worm or dragon.
Ooh.
We have the right arm of a cyclops, the right leg of a hunchback, and the left leg of an alien. So there's our new creature that's been set upon the village by Dr. Nefarious.
And all this artwork of the monsters and all that is again done by our famous David Duke.
And these are quick sketches. So
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at really cool things like look at the mechanoid head. Look at it's amazing.
Yeah.
And this is his quick sketch. This isn't even what they're going to look like in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Right? So Jocelyn jumps in here and says, "That's so cool. You'll pretty much never have the same monster." Exactly.
Yes.
There are 33 different monsters. 33 different monsters, which means that there's 33 variations of each monster, but because there's 6 different parts, there's 33 times 32 times 31 times 30 times 29 times 28 different possible combinations.
Yeah, no, we wanted to make sure that when you get one of the games, like it has a lot of replayability, a lot of fun out of it.
The replayability is pretty cool. All right, so that it becomes Sean's turn because I was the last person to collect this awesome piece of mine.
And I am visibly upset about it, and I am going to badly beat your beast.
Yeah,
and I'm going to take down your.
So Sean's going to play a card.
Krampus.
Sean's going to play a card called Butchery. So one of the things is, you know, these cards are worth a certain amount of points, and if you can see here on this Butchery card, this Butchery card is worth -20. So he's going to apply this to where?
The Krampus.
The Krampus. So this Krampus is now -20 from his 60, right? So originally this guy is worth 60 points, but now he's 20 off that, so he's only worth 40 points. But if I happen to have a card where I can trade with Sean, that piece carries its Butchery with it, so it's worth less, right?
Yes.
So it's kind of a dangerous thing because you don't really know when or not someone's going to steal it away from you. All right, so Sean draws back up to 5. And he has not drawn a boycott card, so the game goes on. And I am going to also play 2 Butchery cards. That your Blob Torso has been beset by boils and is also broken and bruised. Because these are stackable, so that's now 15 points off of Sean's Blob. And I'm going to draw back up to 5 cards.
Now, one of the things that we were, because it was getting a little mathy, and we definitely don't want to be mathy too much because it takes away from some of the game. One of the things we were trying out is stacking up the numbers so that they could be added quicker.
I'm just going to hold these up so you can see what Sean's talking about.
Yeah. So, like, you can look at that and you can see, okay, that's -20 right off the bat. So you can add those numbers up pretty quickly to find out what the total value of your monster is, without having to jump around and look at kind of stuff.
Yeah, and then also without having tokens that you have to put all over the place, right?
Yeah.
So lots of missing pieces. All right, it is my turn. And
No, you just did that on me.
Oh, sorry, I thought you had played. Okay, it's Sean's turn.
Thank you. And I am going to go for, because I get extra points for blasted beasts
at the end of the
game, I am going to go for that Golem's Arm. And I am going to put 50 points, which are double. So it's 100 points. Stop that, sir.
He's going to use
Pachelbel's Cannon.
Pachelbel's Cannon. And not the music, it's actually Pachelbel's Cannon, like the exploding. I'm sorry, that's a personal favorite of mine.
Yes. The Pac-Man Cannon.
Yes. So I'm going to go ahead and play this card, a bummer card, worth -20. It's not going to matter. It's only going to knock him down, but this way I get a free discard and maybe get something better.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter. I throw that card away. Sean collects his Golem Arm. He picks up another card. I pick up another card. And... boycott. So, I place this beside my character. My character's now been boycotted. I draw another card to draw back up, which is another boycott card. But since I can only play one, I discard that and I pick up another card. And now...
So if you hadn't picked up that other card, that other boycott, I could have picked it up.
You could have picked it up and the game would have been over.
Yeah.
That's right. And now it is my turn?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay. Well, now that I know that the boycott cards are in play, it's up to me to try to gather as many points as I possibly can. So let's see. We have... I'm going to use a Barbarian's Bloodletting Blade, Sergeant Blazer's Tactical Taser, and a perfectly plump Piranha Pinata. And that's going to be worth 75 points, and I'm going to take the Cyclops.
Why did you bungle that so blindly?
It doesn't matter because I also chose to use a big balloon of Watery Doom for an additional 10 points, so I now collect that piece. Now, here's where it comes into import, where who draws which card first. Since it's my turn, I draw cards back up. Why this is important, because if I happen to draw another boycott card, it doesn't count. If Sean draws one, the game's over. So I'm going to draw 1, 2, 3, 3, 4. So Sean has escaped. Now there are 12 boycott cards in the deck, so chances of pulling them are pretty good. So here you go.
You ready?
You need to grab how many?
1.
1. Okay, here we go. And he's safe. All right. Now it becomes Sean's turn.
All right. I am, because it's going to get close to ending the game here, I am going to go for the Great Worm. And that will be 30, 80, 100. So I'm using Sally's Sinister Circular Saw with a Wham Bam Body Slam and 99.9 bolts. All I can think is that 99.9 volts is all these square little 9-volt batteries
joined together and give them a jolt. Exactly, it's great. How many do you have there? What's that word?
I want 30, 80, 100.
100 on the money? Well, that, sir, has been basically borked. So now you're at 95 if you don't have anything else to add
Well,
on.
I do have a mason jar of flaming tar.
There you go. It is yours, sir.
Which kind of is crazy because, here's the thing, I do get the 100 points, which is awesome. But I have to draw 4 cards.
Now, Sean has to draw 4 cards. And we're going to do it. Wait, we'll do a little drum roll.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Oh, I'm good.
Oh, he's good. I have to draw 1 card. And we're good.
If that had been a boycott card, that would have been hilarious.
All right, so it turns to me. And since Sean has rudely stolen any of the ones that I'm interested in, I will have to use my Simply Scary Scattergun and Uncle Frank's Propane Tank for 50 points, and I'll take the Alien Leg. So I'm 5 points over.
I'm going to do nothing.
That's right. Let that be your motto for the rest of the game. All right, now I have to draw 2 cards. 1, 2.
Another one?
Another boycott card.
Jesus, thank you.
All right, there we go.
I am going to do that Krampus arm is still looking pretty decent. I'm going to broken and bruise it for another -5.
So that's now 25 points off of this Krampus arm. So my thing worth originally 60 is now worth 35. Jerk. All right, Sean's got to draw 1 more card. Does not draw a boycott card,
No,
so
sir.
the game goes on. Well, I'm going to use my favorite card in the game,
Oh no.
and that is Crazy Claude's Cat-O-Nine Cats. I want to show that. It doesn't have any artwork on it yet.
But you know Dave's going to go crazy with it.
Yeah, so everybody knows what a Cat-O-Nine-Tails is, I'm assuming. It's a whip that ends with 9 other whips attached to this one whip. So this is basically someone using a cat as a whip with 9 other cats attached to it. So I'm going to use Crazy Claude's Cat-O-Nine Cats and take the Mechanoid head.
And I will say, sir, well done.
Thank you. I will collect this up here. I will draw my 1 card, and I'm good. It now becomes Sean's turn, and we are down to 1 piece of this monster. I don't like the way that you're eyeing my pieces. I feel like you have another trade up your sleeve, and I'm not enjoying it at all.
Sir, my blob has been hurt and looks pretty crappy on my mantle. And I do get extra points for having those nice blasty cards. So I am going to swap my blob with your Golem.
And I have nothing to stop him.
Here, take this oozing goob.
So I lose my piece worth 65 points, and I gain his piece worth 30?
Yeah.
No, 40. Jerk.
50.
All right. 50.
50.
Oh, okay. So it's not
It's
terrible.
not terrible. But it does give me extra points.
That's right. You do get extra points. And Sean has to now draw back up.
Oh!
And we're safe. Okay. Well, I'm just going to go ahead and end this. Oh, wait a second. Somehow we have a mixed up card in there. Okay. Well, I'm just going to go ahead and end this. And I'm going to use a skull-slamming sledgehammer An unusually nasty noogie. We also have another thing mixed up in there. And an unplanned backhand for 45 points.
Wow, you really want that hunchback?
Yeah, for the hunchback. Yeah, I mean, it's up to
Take
you.
that
Okay.
leg. I mean, it's just lying there on the ground.
So, I now have this piece to add to my collection. I'm going to draw 3 cards. 1, 2, oh, another boycott. 2, a 3. And we've defeated the second monster. So, we're going to turn this over. We have the head of a golem. We have the body of a goblin. We have the left arm of a titan. We have the right arm of a troll. We have the right leg of a great worm. And the left leg of a mechanoid. So Sean is probably eyeing this golem head because if you are able to collect all the pieces of a monster at the end of the game, they're worth double.
Yes, sir.
So
And
it now becomes Sean's turn.
I am going to pleasantly jolt with 1,000,000 volts that golem head for 50 points.
Take it.
All right. Make him a monster.
Oh, Sean draws a card. Are we safe?
We're safe.
Thank God, because I need points. All right, well, I can't allow you to continue this anymore. So
Oh,
I'm
no.
going to use my harmfully huge harpoon gun, Stompin' Tom's crampons. I love it, 80. And then a classic cranium cracking cudgel
Wow.
for 95 points, right on the money for this great worm leg.
And I'm going to let you take it.
Thank God. I need me some points.
I know. I got to swap something out here.
Shut up. This is where the player versus player thing becomes readily relevant. All right, now I need to draw back up. So 1, 2, 3. All right.
All right, sir. I am going to hit up the Titan arm with the Big Bang Bazooka for 100 points.
It's yours. Sean draws back up 1 card.
We're safe.
We're safe. Okay. For my turn,
Uh-oh.
I have to be concerned with the ones that are going to make you the most points. So
Yeah.
that golem leg of yours.
Oh, yeah?
The 65-point one
Mm-hmm.
has been hit with a bit of blight, so that's minus 15. It's also been broken and bruised, so that's minus 5. And it's been doubly broken and bruised, so that's another minus 5 for you, sir.
Now, I have a question.
Yes.
And it's one of the rules.
Yes.
If I bounce it,
Yeah.
does it bounce all of them or just one of those cards?
Well, we should have probably played it at the beginning because it would have, it would have bounced it. But I think it bounces all of them.
Okay.
Yeah, it's my attack on you. I would have to pick another target. So are you going to bounce it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so let's explain that to folks. So
Okay.
Sean has played this card.
Pick someone
Where-
else, buddy.
I have tried to negatively affect his inventory of pieces by making them worth less. So, but he said, pick somebody else, buddy. So it means I would have to pick another target. And since I don't have any other targets, because we're the only 2 players in the game, that essentially ends my turn.
We need friends.
So,
And because you're probably hurting.
oh, yes, thank you. Cheers.
Launch Skull.
Yeah, it doesn't make it hurt any less. All right. So I keep all those cards because and again, if we had had more people around the table, that wouldn't have ended my turn. I could still play against somebody else, but Sean would have been safe.
Yeah.
And somebody else could have also played a bounce card. So we could have had that attack kind of going between all the different players. It's a really neat mechanic that when you get a table full of people, it's kind of neat to see.
Okay, so would it be my turn, sir?
It will now be your turn, yes.
Okay, well, since you went after me, I'm going to go after that Cyclop arm, which, causes a lot of pain there. It looks like it has a bit of blight under the fingernails, and it's beset by boils by the armpit. So, that is minus 25 points to that piece for you, sir.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I don't have anything to combat that with, so that's fine. Sean draws 2 cards.
Ooh, that's going to hurt you. Ooh, that's really going to hurt you.
I don't like the sound of that at all. Well, Sean, because I'm willing to wager that you don't have another bounce card, despite how coyly you may be handling your hand of cards right now. I'm just gonna go ahead and throw all those cards again on your golem leg.
Fine.
That is one butchered golem leg, my friend.
Oh, 25 points.
So I'm gonna grab one. We have another thing in there.
Right on.
1, 2, 3.
You put that on the golem arm? Or leg?
Yep. On the golem leg, yes, sir.
All right.
Oh, goody.
Oh, right back at you, sir. I am going to have a badly beaten beast, well, that is bloody well butchered, and I'm going to throw it on your Yeti arm, which is actually a total of minus 50 points, making that completely worthless, sir.
Good. Now, you would wonder why I would not be more visibly upset by the fact that I now have a part that's worth 0. Because...
Can I pull up my cards, though? I gotta go up to 5.
Okay, but hold on. But because, you know, we saw how Sean traded a card for a card, right? If I get a barter card or a broker card where I can trade a piece, I can take my 0-point piece and trade it for his 100-point piece. So it's you have to kind of you know, gauge whether or not you're at a point in the game where enough people don't have a way to get back at you. But Sean does have to draw how many? 2 cards. Here we go.
Boycott. No. Boycott. No.
Oh, we are safe. Sean is not having a good, happy day with the cards. All right. Well, enough of this silliness, sir. I will use Dastardly Dan's cast iron pan for 40 points against the Mechanoid, and then a nice dose of napalm to make it 70, and BB's Boyhood BB Blaster to make it a full 80.
Be careful, you're going to shoot your eye out. You know what? You can have that.
Okay.
I can't stop a BB gun. Who could?
So I get this Mechanoid leg to add to my collection, and I will draw 1, 2, 3. And we are still safe.
All right. Let's go in. Guns a-blazing! I'm going to go after that goblin arm, or torso. So that is Stone Spraying Slingshot for 30. Non-stop Karate Chop for 10, so that's 40. Yeah. The Tiki Torch of Terror. The Doubled Up Duck Chucks.
I'm sorry. That's my favorite card.
Doubled Up Duck Chucks. And the Double Trouble Bubble Gum for 70 points, sir.
You can just have it. So we had to come up with weapons for a beastly category, right? Like beasts, and one of we just decided we could either really just try to make like, oh, it's a tiger claw, but why not just be really silly? So this one, for example, is double up duck chucks. So basically, what you have is you have 2 ducks connected at the beak with a chain as nunchucks. They're doubled up duck.
4 of the ducks. You got 4 ducks that you're doing that to.
Now Sean must draw. You know what? Hang on a second. I'm going to go and switch this.
Do we have sound effects?
Yeah, we're going to have sound effects. Hang on.
Do you actually have music sound effects in here?
Shut up, Sean. All right, hang on. Let's see.
Hey, your drum kit's broken.
It's a drum roll.
Oh, okay. Ready? Nope. Oh, the game is over, sir.
So the
Good
game. Well, a virtual high five.
Yeah, we're still social distancing.
The game is over because Sean has drawn his boycott card, which means that any plans that I had to try and exact some revenge are over.
Yeah.
So the cards in our hands are thrown away. They're meaningless. Now,
I didn't get to
even at the end of the game, you can play your boost card. You can play your superpower. So I'm going to look at mine. And mine is pretty straightforward. I should have played it earlier, but it forces a bounce onto another target at any time during gameplay. So I could have bypassed something that Sean was bouncing away if he had used that. But we didn't have that, so mine doesn't need anything. Did you bounce?
Yeah, I did a bounce.
Oh, you did a bounce. So I could have stopped that.
Yeah, but mine was a block of broker card, which I was waiting for Chris to try and switch out that 0 Point Yeti, but I didn't actually, because he didn't have the cards or the guts to play it.
So we got through almost 3 monsters. So when you think about it, there's 33 monsters.
Mm-hmm.
So in this game of playing, even with just the 2 of us, we've only gotten through, not even 3. We've gotten through 2. We almost had the arm of the last one to draw the next one. We've played this with 8 people.
And we've
gone through 7 monsters, I think was our record.
Yeah.
So it's pretty cool. So now what we need to do at the end of the game is, we need to
add them up.
Get out our calculators. Well, Sean's really good at math. I am not good at math, so I will need to get out a calculator. And I will need to add these things up. So let's see here. We've got... Okay. Do you remember what your number is?
Hold on, because I know you're going to hit me with some numbers, so hold on. So I will do this, and this, and I will show the audience. Don't look at the screen.
Okay, well, I just want to remember that I had 535 before I start my minuses.
Okay.
Just remember that number.
535.
So 25, 50, 15. So 115 minus, what did I say?
535.
535 equals 420, yo! Okay, so I have 420. Sean has 485. Ah! Sean wins. Sean wins the game. So Sean's character. Now, did you remember to add in your extra points?
I did.
Okay.
I went 5, 10, 15, 20.
I did not add mine in. So I would have added an additional 10, so it still wouldn't have been enough to win the game. Sean, congratulations.
Thank you.
Sean is the victor.
I am the best Beast Brigader.
So there you have the second game in the Crashada game series. This is called Beast Brigade, and it's going to be going out for crowdfunding. So if it's something that you thought you might enjoy, this is something that when we announce the crowdfunding, you can get behind and help fund the project, and then that means you will receive a copy of the game.
Mm-hmm. Now, we can't give away our only prototype copy.
Yeah.
So that can't go out as a prize.
But again, for those of us who are just joining us, we have decided that we are giving away a copy of our very first game, which is The Earth Is Ours. That's this guy right there. So for anybody watching right now, The Earth Is Ours, we are going to give away a copy for you to do whatever you want, whatever you like with. And it's a way of us kind of showing that we want to help people with their boredom during this weird time that we're living in. So all you have to do is just tell us you want a copy of the game. We'll mark your name down in the little anonymous raffle that we'll have. That currently Jocelyn is the only one entered in. So if you would like a copy of your very own of The Earth Is Ours, then all you have to do is just say, I want a copy, and we will make sure that we get you one. If your name is picked.
Yes.
Although really, at this point, we could probably just give a whole bunch of copies.
Yeah, exactly.
But whatever. All right, so we've got that guy in there. We've got that guy in there. We've got that guy in there. And we have that guy in there.
Do you know there's one card in there I flipped up different from every other card?
No?
Yep.
What do you mean different?
Well, they all are stacked nice, and I took one card and I flipped it upside down.
You son of a bitch. I'm a little touched by the OCD demon. And Sean thinks it's really funny to like I'll go for like a bathroom break or something. I'll come back and like one of my cards in my deck will be turned upside down or slightly askew. Sean thinks that's the funniest thing he's ever heard of.
Because Sean's an asshole.
Mr. Dave Jr. says, amazing recovery segment. Well, thank you, Dave. He says, forward thinking you are, Chris. Great job, buddy. Thank you so much. And he does own the game. Dave Jr. is one of the guys that bought a copy of the game. So, cheers to everybody for, kind of following us through that segment.
Do you taste the coffee?
Do you... Wait, hang on a second. Wait, let me do this properly.
There you go.
It has a slight burnt flavor to it. Was this prepared in a cognac barrel?
My Irish still hurts a little.
All right, well.
You want to talk about the third game?
Do you?
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm like, okay, I just have to say, as an aside, for those people who are watching, I spent almost every day of my life for a period of 13 years seeing this gentleman every day because we worked together. We had the good fortune of working together. And we worked together out of town. We were the only two outbound techs for a company that did work from here to Belleville. So there was lots of times where we were out of town.
Well, Toronto, actually,
yeah. Yeah, in Toronto, all over the place. And it's one of those cool things where you say, if you can get along with your coworkers, that it's a decent place to work. Sean made an unbearable situation decent to be with, and it was one of the great serendipitous moments, I think, when I met this guy, because the friendship that has developed out of that working relationship is second to none.
Love you, buddy.
And it's made creative projects like this possible, and that I can't even articulate how much that means to me.
No, so. This is a part of my life that I never knew I would have missed, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like it's made everything so much better.
Yeah.
It made working at that other place so much better. I would have left decades ago.
Well, so that was game number 2. Vince Shepley pops in and says, "What? No music? No. Tonight we decided to do something a little bit different because I had no guests for tonight."
And he still doesn't.
And Vince, as a side note, Vince was supposed to be on the show on Friday, I believe, and got called away because of a family medical emergency. It got called to London. So I said it on the show on Friday, and I do want to say it again. I hope everything's okay. Or at least the very best that it can be, and certainly our thoughts go out to you and yours as well. But yeah, so tonight, because I had no guests and I figured that nobody really wants to sit there and watch me play music for 5 hours, I would invite my very good friend over, Sean, and we would talk about some of the other projects that we have on the go. Because this is not just a one-trick pony, my friend.
No, you are the goat. You are the goat.
I do lots of things badly. Okay, so all right, well. And it's kind of neat because Sean and I haven't been able to get together to talk about any of this stuff for five or so months.
It's been killing me, too. Yeah. It really has.
And so now we get to talk about all these games we have upcoming with you folks. And, I get it. This may not be everybody's cup of tea, but it's my show. I don't care. So we're going to talk about game number 3. Because now we have the 3rd installment in Crushada Games. But I'm afraid that I'm going to need some more lager in order to talk about
I can do that.
Game number 3.
I can do... Well, yeah. I mean, because really, you can't just drink if you're not driving. Don't drink and drive, folks.
That's Sean's public service announcement.
Yeah.
So this is the next game in the installment, and this is called Race Day. And this is, you may have guessed it, a virtual car racing game.
What? No, it's golfing.
What?
It's golfing.
Sean thinks it's golfing, but it's actually race car driving. And this one is also kind of neat, I think. Anyway,
I like it. We're still working on it. Like
we're not still very much working. on it.
Yeah, we're not at the buy a prototype kind of game.
This game, by the way, still has the handwritten cards, so you guys get to see. You guys get to see what it's like from a getting started standpoint. Not only does it have the
they get to see a finished game, a game that's in prototype, and a game that we're still developing.
And then potentially a game that we don't even have anything for.
Yeah.
Because we're just germinating the process out right now. This game is still so much in development that please don't sue us, Parker Brothers. But we have to use Monopoly money to represent actual money in this game. So Sean's going to be the banker because Sean's good with numbers and I am not. So I'm going to hand all the money over to Sean.
I haven't played this one in a bit.
Yeah, there's our prize money.
Oh, yes.
So,
as you can see, it is a highly technical piece of the game.
This is where, when we were talking about it, so we're going to have indicators here, right? And which color indicator would you like to do?
I would like the blue, sir.
I'm going to take the pink because I love the pink. So I'm just going to drop that in there.
I'll have a brown piece.
Alrighty. So, this game puts you as the owner of a race car team.
Which most race games would put you as the driver, but come on. That's very limiting.
Yeah. So, as the owner of a race car team, you must win as many races as possible for your team to continue. Right? You want to win the most amount of money. Yeah. There are also you have cars that you can drive, obviously.
These are our cars as of right now. We're still in kind of like whether we're actually going to have like little wooden cars or plastic cars. And here's another thing. When you're actually developing a game, one of the more important ones, which you would not really think about, is the weight of the game.
Yeah.
Because shipping and delivery, as everybody knows, it's expensive. And when you're talking about, say, 1,500 games, adding an extra pound to a game could cost hundreds and hundreds of dollars. It's just incredible.
Yeah. So Vince and everyone else that is tuned in and expecting to see some music tonight, I hope you're not horribly disappointed, but I do want to acknowledge the other, that goes there now. I do want to acknowledge the other creative parts of myself that I am involved with good friends. And hopefully, you know, maybe this also inspires somebody else to go out and say, hey, you know what, I've always thought about developing a game, and, you know, I saw what you guys were doing. It doesn't look that hard, and you've given me some ideas, right? So
exactly. I mean, honestly, if Sean and Chris can do it, anybody can do it.
For sure. So, in this game, we have cards for drivers that we can hire to drive our cars. We have cards of parts that we can purchase to add on to our cars to make them perform better under certain circumstances. We have crew that we can hire in the pit to help us drive our cars better. We have race day cards, because that's the name of the game, that we hold in our hands as cards that we can use to affect other players or affect ourselves. And then we have lap cards, because one of the cards that you're going to be able to draw is the race day card. And when you declare a race day, it's going to take a couple of things into account. So we are going to pull this up here. Let's grab an actual race day card. And we'll kind of explain this one a little bit different because the cards are kind of shitty.
Yeah.
Because they're just my handwriting. But this, for example, is a race day card. So we will see. This is a race day card. It's a 4-lap race. You can barely see the 4 in there because the marker is terrible. And it's on an asphalt track in dry conditions. And that'll become important later on. So, in addition to this, we will also have a car. So this is the car, right? So we can see that this car has a particular crew, a driver, fuel, tires, body, and engine. And these are all modifications that we can make to help this car run better under certain circumstances if we choose.
I was also looking into it.
Yes.
Getting neoprene mats for each of these. We can go on a very thin thickness kind of thing, like I think down to 4 millimeters.
Okay. Which
wouldn't put a lot of actual weight on there, but being neoprene and printed on it would actually be a lot more durable than cardboard and everything else.
Sure. This is why Sean's the brains of the operation.
No. But
see, I feel so bad for these guys. It's so horribly unbalanced, you guys, because you know what I am to this whole endeavor? I'm the
The idea guy.
I'm the idea guy. So I walk up and I go, wouldn't it be cool if we could do a game that does this? And then I just shut up.
No, he doesn't. He's fucking lying. No, honestly, what ends up happening is we go back and forth about how the game is going to be done. Chris comes up with some amazing creative ideas. Dave comes up with creative ideas and then draws the shit out of it. You know, I'll maybe do some of the mechanics, the mathematical mechanics behind it sometimes, because there are kind of math to a lot of the games with ratios and that. But no, it is a full third for when this is done. Don't let him fool you.
He's lying. I don't do anything. I just sign autographed copies of the game when it's done.
Yeah, but you're the...
Oh, see, look at that. See, Tara Ashley jumps in the comments and says, great idea. See, thank you, Tara. It's just something different, right? It's something different. There's no format to the show. Come on now. Okay, so on this side, you see...
Are you going to make that announcement again? And anybody that joins
Oh, yeah, sorry. So anyone that has joined us on the stream, we have decided that we are giving away a copy of our very first game. It's actually been produced. It's available in stores right now. It's called The Earth Is Ours. We played it at the beginning of the show, so if you want to see what it's like, just go back on YouTube when this is over, rewind it, and you can watch the whole show. The game's worth $25, as you can see in the little ticker that's going down behind me right now. I don't know, did you see that?
No.
Yeah, look, take a look. A little ticker there. It says, purchase The Earth Is Ours for $25. And so this game worth $25. If you want one, all you have to do is say, I want one in the comments. And then we're going to take everybody's name that said, I want one. And we are going to draw somebody's name at random at the end of the show. And maybe we'll do it right before we leave. Maybe that's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
You know what? We should do that then. And what's in this box?
Probably blank
because
cards.
If this is blank cards. Oh, it is. Perfect.
Ooh, you put names on cards.
We're going to put names on cards. So Jocelyn was the first person to say, I want one. So give me a second. I'm just going to go grab a marker. Sean's going to entertain you while I'm gone. Sean, maybe you can explain what that is that we just put out.
I was just going to do that.
All right.
Okay, so when you go to make up your team for race cars, most owners have multiple drivers, multiple cars, multiple crews, and everything else. So what we decided was that we would have all these drivers with different skills, and if you look up in the corner, you can see how much they are worth in buying. And what ends up happening is, like, as this particular driver here, and I don't do it as well as Chris, but I'll try. All right. So what you can see is that driver has a skill of 0. On the weather, he's really good on a wet track, and on the track, he has an asphalt. So what that means is if on race day, if a wet asphalt track was picked, you would want that driver because he would help you out for two of the three things that happens. Now, as you can notice on the number 3 driver here, that's worth $15,000. That one has a skill of +1, and which is a constant addition to what you're doing on your when you're playing your lap cards and what you're trying to do to get around the race. Of course, then you also have parts. We have tires, engine, and what was the last one? Body. So as you can see, that one is good on asphalt, so that would give you a +1 on asphalt, where this engine would be good on a dry track. So then we also have the pit crew, because they're very important on a race. And on that pit crew, like this pit engine crew, gives you a +1 on a wet track. So as you can see, you can, depending, what you want to do is try and get as many different drivers, parts, and crew as you can get together, so that you can actually put them together to make sure that they give you the best bonuses on your car for when you're going around that particular lap.
Yeah, and they're not tied to it. That's why that's why these cars, right, that we have these illustrated kind of maps or kind of placards for. That's why the cars are laid out like this, where we can select what crew and what driver and what fuel, tires, body, and engine we want, so that at the beginning of each race, if we have those parts and crew that help us for that, we assign them to the driver for this vehicle for that race. At the end of the race, we put them away. because there are things that can happen. There are saboteurs, or there are catastrophes that happen in which crew can be killed, or parts can be taken away, or drivers can be injured.
Die!
Yes. So, before we go any further, I just want to point this out to folks here. We've got Jocelyn Laporte's name on a card, and we have Vince Shepley's name on a card. Vince said, "I'll buy one."
Oh.
That's your choice. If we don't draw your name, Vince, and you still want to buy one, we very much thank you for your support, obviously. Yes. But if you don't get drawn for a free one, then absolutely we will buy one. So we're putting it in here, and we will draw one at the end of the show. So there we go. We have two names in there. We have Jocelyn, and we have Vince. So anyone else that wants a copy of the game for free, potentially, just say it in the comments. I want a game, or I want one, or I'll take one, or whatever. Or enter my name in the raffle, you giant dumbass.
Or screw you guys.
Yeah. And I will write your name down on a card. We'll throw it in there at the end of the show. We will pick one out. All right. So.
Race day.
Race day begins. Now, the way that this works is kind of cool. What we have on the board here, and I'll kind of hold this up again. I did it at the beginning a little bit, but I'll hold it up again.
That's a shiny board, though.
And no, actually, it looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what you see here
is
we have a lane for each player. Okay, so we can have up to 6 players is what we've kind of tested with right now. And rather than start at the beginning and advance, all the way to the end, what this represents is a snapshot in time of your current position in the race at that particular lap. Okay? So what that means is everybody starts at 0. Right? Everybody starts at 0. And as each lap progresses, you're either going to go forward or backward a certain number of places. So, if at the end of the first lap, I've moved up 2 places, and let's say Sean has moved back 2 places, at the end of the first lap, that's what our relative position looks like during the race. So it's kind of neat. We don't have to try to worry about the math of getting from 1 to 10, or, we don't have to worry about the fact that, I'm starting at 0, but, the very first thing that happened, I got a flat tire, so I have to pit for 2 laps, so I lose 2 positions. We all start in the middle at 0, and at the end of each lap, that's the snapshot of that lap. And at the last lap, whoever is the furthest toward the virtual finish line wins the game, right? Or wins the race. Okay? So we say, we can determine how long the season is, right? So racing is in a season. And that's kind of a cool thing because you can say, just like in The Earth Is Ours, you can vary the length of the game. You can say, you know what? We just want to play to 1 race and see what happens. Or we want to play to 2 races. And once those 2 races are done, or however many races you agree upon, once they're completed, the game's over. Everybody tallies up the amount of money they have. And included in that money are the drivers that you've hired.
Yes.
The crew doesn't count and the parts don't count. But the drivers you've hired count as money towards your winnings. So it's important to get drivers. And then whoever has the most amount of money at the end of the game wins, because that's what the point of owning a racing team is to win races and get money. So,
fuel.
There's also fuel, yes.
Yeah, fuel.
Yeah. Anyway, so the way that it's going to work is each of us get...
was it 5?
Was it 5? I think it was 5.
I think it was 5.
Each of us get... Yeah, this is cool. We haven't played this game in like 5 months because we stopped development because we couldn't get together. So we're going to get 5 cards in our hand. I think it's 5. I'm reasonably certain it's 5. 2.
And just so everybody knows too,
3, 4.
None of the rules here are set in stone yet. Like, we're still in prototype. So and this is what's the best part. If you guys have any ideas of like, well, that's stupid, don't do that, or hey, wouldn't it be neat if you guys did this? Please put them in there. We want to know what everybody thinks about it and what we can do to make this get better.
Yeah, exactly. Honestly. That was actually kind of part of the selfish reason behind wanting to do this on the stream. Anyway, it's like, we do these play tests in public where we get to kind of invite friends and family out, and they kind of tell us what they think and help shape the mechanics. But this is also kind of cool. We can get some social distancing
assistance on here.
All right, so the way it's going to work is it works like the rest of Krishada games. It's all based on cards, and those cards in your hand, you can either choose to discard one or as many cards as you want. In this particular game, you can choose from the following cards, and this is going to give away a little bit of the stuff that I have in my hand, but I don't care. I could, for example, call a race. I could say, it's race day. So I'm going to choose, let's say, this guy, and this is a 6-lap race on a dry dirt track. Or I could cash in this money for sponsorship for $1,000. So I could say, you know what? I'm going to cash this in. Give me $1,000 so I can spend some money on stuff on my next turn. And then the rest of the cards are really only applicable when it comes time for racing. So I'm not particularly interested in starting a race yet, so I'm going to discard 3 cards and draw up 3 new ones. And how many races do you want to make this?
Go for 2.
2 races. So
this
season is 2 races.
All right. I am going to... Now, the whole thing is you're a brand new race owner. So basically you have a crappy car. You're driving your own car. You have no money. So the only way to get money is to race. So I'm going to call a race.
That was fast.
Yeah.
Now, here's the interesting thing about race day in the sense of when a race is called, whatever money someone is currently holding in their hand is automatically entered into the race as your sponsorship. So you have been sponsored by a company. So again, I'm going to give this away to Sean, but in my hand, I have a $1,000 card and I have a $500 card. So regardless, at the end of this race, I'm going to make $1,500 in sponsorship. Okay?
Yep.
But now I've kind of given that away because also in my hand, I'm going to give this away too, Sean, is I have this point card. Okay? So this says +2.
Ooh.
This means that whenever I choose to play that card, I can move my car up 2 positions. Okay? I also have a miracle card.
Oh, that's going to come in handy.
A miracle card is used if you have a catastrophe. So your driver has a heart attack and dies, or your car explodes. I can play a miracle card and say, oh, it's a miracle. It never actually happened. Yeah. So Sean has called a race day. So we can no longer play any of these cards in our hands. We must put these down. It's a 4-lap race. So every player in the game chooses 4 lap cards.
Now, we don't have anything to actually put in our vehicles, which I didn't want Chris to get some money and actually get some stuff. So I wanted everything to be kind of...
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the way that this works. It's a 4-lap race. So we lay down the 4 lap cards, and when Sean is ready, Sean tells us when to turn over the first one. And the cool thing is everybody playing the game turns over the lap cards at the same time.
Yeah.
So this is what happens to everyone in the race on lap 1. Ready?
Ooh.
So Sean grabs a plus fuel. Let me see that card. So I'm just going to show it up in the camera. Sean grabs this card. Plus fuel for everyone. So if anybody had a bonus to fuel on their car, they would have been able to add that bonus and move forward. None of us do because we haven't done anything like that yet. I, right out of the gate, have drawn a critical card. Something critically went wrong with my engine. And it, when the game actually comes out, it'll be like, blew a head gasket or something like that.
Yeah.
So I am going to play my miracle card and say, oh, thank God, it's a miracle. It wasn't actually anything wrong with the engine. Everything's fine. Don't worry, guys, we're good. That's the end of that particular lap.
Unless you want to add something to it.
Yeah, I'm good. So I don't want to add anything. So we are now moving on to lap number 2.
Ready?
Yep.
Flip. 0.
Okay, so 0. Sean has turned over a 0 card for his lap, meaning nothing happens. It's a perfect lap for him. He doesn't gain any positions and he doesn't lose any. He just stays right where he is. I have drawn a -2 for fuel, meaning that I had to stop to go into the pit for fuel. So my car needs to go back 2 positions in this particular lap. Now, I could, at this point, choose to play this card of +2 and move myself back into that position. But I'm going to hold on to this in case something else happens during the race. So I'm just going to accept we're halfway done. Chances are Sean's going to have to move back and forth, one way or another.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to choose to stay there, and we're going to turn over lap number 3.
Go.
So I've drawn a 0 card, so I stay where I am. Sean has drawn a -2 for tires. So if he had had tires on his car, that would have offset the number of spaces he'd have to move back. But since he has nothing, he has to move back too. And I'm going to use this opportunity to play my +2 card on that lap, and I will move forward too. So as of right now, I'm technically in the lead. But it's the last lap of the race.
Flip 0.
Sean has a perfect lap, so he doesn't move any positions. I, unfortunately, draw a -1 for tires. Maybe I needed to go and get more air in my tires, so I had to pit for a second, and I lose that position bonus that I had, so I draw back 1, but the race is over, right? The 4 laps have been completed. And
I don't have any cards to play.
Sean doesn't have any bonuses to play. I don't either. At the end of this, we can see that the pink piece is further ahead toward the virtual finish line than the blue piece. So I technically win this race. All right, so now we move back to 0. We know that I've won the race. We discard all of the cards that were put in play, all the lap cards. We draw back up to 5 cards in our hand. And order doesn't matter in this case because there's no spontaneous end of the game. I also have to turn in my $1,500 that I had in cash, right? So the banker is going to give me that $1,500, and I'm going to draw 2 more cards.
That's a lap. One is a lap card.
I'm going to draw 2 more cards. And now we are at the beginning, and because it's a 4-lap race, I get a certain amount of money. So Sean's going to tell me what that is right now.
That is $5,000, sir. Oh.
Oh yeah.
That's
so
right.
Yeah, these are all times 100.
Yeah, we all have to.
Or times 10.
Times 10. So actually,
$5,000 for the race.
That's 1,500.
Yeah.
That's 5,000.
Perfect.
Sorry, guys. Monopoly money only had so much, so we had to actually do that. But as I came in second, I get $3,000. So I still get some money out of that. Now, if we're playing, there's first, second, and third. So if we had 3 players, everybody would kind of get something out of a race. If there was 4 people or 5 people, 4 or 5 get nothing. So it does start, who gets more money and all the rest.
Okay, so now we go back into it. Sean's got to put his race day card away because he called the race. Sorry, you keep that, right? Sorry.
No,
because
you get it.
I get it because I won. Okay, so yeah, me being a dumbass, I don't remember how the rules work. Because I won this race, I get to keep this race card.
That's your trophy.
That's my trophy. Okay. So
And we're going to 2 races. So if he gets 2 trophy races, then the game is over.
That's right. So now it's my turn, right?
Mm-hmm.
So on my turn, I'm gonna buy some stuff.
Woo!
I got some money.
Rolling in the dollar bills.
So I'm going to buy. If I look at my cards, I'm going to see that I have this card. All right. So this is a race for 6 laps on ice and asphalt. So I look here and I see that I've got tires that I can buy for asphalt, but I don't see anything else. So I'm going to go ahead and spend $1,000 and buy asphalt tires that I can then choose to play on my car.
Well, you don't have to put
I don't
them on
have to play them right now, but and then we're going to turn over. Are you going to buy anything?
No, on my turn, yeah. Remember?
You are? Okay, so
you don't turn over anything until you finish buying.
Okay, I am finished buying.
You're not going to buy a driver?
I don't have enough to buy a driver.
You get 5,000.
Okay, sure. Just for the sake of argument, Sean wants me to lose the game monetarily, so I will buy. Actually, I don't because I made a $5,000 investment in this driver.
Yes.
So this driver, for example, gives me a bonus on a wet track. So any wet track, I get a +1 for this driver. So
nice.
Cool. I am done with my turn.
Okay, so now that Chris is done, we restock. And that's just so that, you know, when somebody's buying, that they're not constantly getting the brand new cards to pick out as they buy.
Now, here's the question.
Yeah.
Because there is a card in the race day cards when you turn it over to replenish the store, should we say that
Like it's barren until we get those cards?
like if I bought that thing, we don't turn over something else.
Well,
We all get to pick only the things that are there until
it
we're
replenishes.
forced to redraw.
Yeah, because that redraw card is a force card. Like if you pull it, you have to
You
play
have to
it.
play it, yeah.
So we could try that where.
Yeah, we'll do it next.
And honestly, that's one of those ones where we'd have to look at having like 4 or 5 people. Like
how fast are those?
how fast does that go? Because especially in like 3 or 4 races, if the 5th person's turn comes up and there's 0 things to buy, like is that really fair?
Yeah. Okay.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see. And yeah, we do a lot of that.
This is what game development is, kids. This is a lot of discussion back and forth.
What if?
Yeah. What would happen if we did this?
Yeah. So actually, I'm gonna buy some stuff.
Sean is going to buy some stuff. So he's spending $2,000 on tires and what?
Tires and an engine.
So he has asphalt tires and an engine that's good on a dry track. Okay.
All right.
And you're done?
I am done.
So are we going to replenish or are we not going to replenish?
Let's try not replenishing
Okay,
this time.
so right now the parts store is relatively plundered at this
Yes,
point.
yes, it is.
Okay, so I'm gonna take my little trophy gun. I'm just gonna put them off to the side where people can't see it, just because this game takes a lot of real estate.
Yeah, it's one of the larger real estate kind of games that we've. Also, comments on like having different tracks that we would put in for like if it's an asphalt track or a dirt track.
So I've done 3 different prototypes for these, right? So this is the dirt track. There's one that's asphalt that the bird chewed, and then there's an ice one that the cat peed on. So you know, the dirt track template it is for right now. But anyway.
Now, and here's another thing. I mean, we could also do a template where we're doing like an ice dirt, a wet dirt, a dry dirt, and then, you know, like we have almost like 9 different types of tracks that we can throw in. But would that be too much of taking everything off, putting it down, taking everything off, putting it down?
Yeah, I don't know.
What are your thoughts?
All right. That makes it my turn?
Yes, sir. I'm going to throw away cards.
No, you know what? Screw it. I'm calling a race.
What?
It's
race. You can't call a race.
It's race day. And so here's my race that I'm calling. It's a 6-lap race for. It's on an asphalt track under icy conditions.
Oh, so as you can see, I have tires and an engine, but the engine is good on an ice or asphalt, so it's not use of anything. But I do have an asphalt tires, which I will put in place.
Okay, so I have asphalt tires that are worth something, so I'm going to put those into play. And I also have a driver. He's good on a wet track, so it really doesn't matter.
No.
And he has 0 skill. See how there's like a skill bonus there? So even if this driver had a skill of 1, I could use that on whatever track it was. But right now he's only good to me on a wet track, so I'm not going to bother. I'm going to place him off to the side. The car I'm going to enter into this race is going to have tires that are good on asphalt. So Sean and I are matched evenly in that case. All right. So I draw back up 1 card because I called the race.
Yep.
So now
you always have 5 cards.
Each of us are starting with 5 cards at the beginning of the race. And now, because it's a 6-lap race, I'm going to give Sean 6 lap cards.
Ooh.
There you are.
Thank you.
And I'm going to use 6 lap cards.
I'm putting them like this, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, just so you know.
All right. So, here we go. Are you ready, sir?
I am rooming.
All right. Lap number 1.
Ooh, fuel.
I go back 1 for fuel, and Sean has a plus fuel for all. But none of us have a fuel bonus, so it doesn't apply, but I must go back 1 for fuel.
Yes, you
must.
And
I do not choose to draw another card or play a card out of my hand to affect that in any way, so we're just going to go. The next card, lap number 2.
0.
Is a 0-sum game or a 0 game for Sean and a 0 game for me, meaning it's a perfect lap. We don't go anywhere. But I am going to use my +1 that I have in my hand, right there. And I'm going to play it on that lap, meaning that I move back up 1 point or one position. So you see how this really just represents where we are on the track for that lap.
As
right?
we're jockeying for position.
That's right. Lap number 3.
Ooh, -1 for fuel.
Oh, so Sean has -1 for fuel. He doesn't have any fuel bonus on his car, so he has to go back a position. I have a -2 for my driver, and I don't have any bonuses for my driver, so I must move back 2 as well.
Which, if you want to say anything, if you had been able to use your driver with a +1 skill, you would only have to have gone back 1.
Exactly. So the skill bonuses that you get when you build your vehicle are offsetting the penalties that you receive during the race.
Yeah.
But it's not too bad. I'm only 1 point behind Sean, so I'm not too worried about it. Lap number 4.
Explosion! Oh.
I have a plus body for
Yeah, you
all.
do.
So if anybody had had a body modification to their car, we all would have gotten that bonus. But because I have nothing there, it doesn't matter for me. Sean has nothing there, so it doesn't matter.
But Sean really doesn't like how close you are, so Sean is going to play a -1 to you to move back.
Oh, let me see that card. We'll just show everybody. So this is another dynamic in the game. It's a player versus player card. So instead of being a +1 to himself, he's playing a -1 to me, which means I would move back here. But I'm going to go ahead and play 2 +1 cards.
Ooh.
So I move back up 2 positions. So Sean and I are now back neck to neck again. Lap number 5.
-1.
Oh, Sean has a -1 for tires.
Oh.
However, Sean has a +1 on his car for tires. So Sean stays where he is. I drew a 0 for my lap, so I also stay where I am. So going into the last lap of the race, we are neck and neck. Final lap.
0.
Damn it!
And Sean's going to put in a +1 and zooms ahead.
Sean zooms ahead. I have a -1 to driver for that lap, so I'm going to move my guy back 1 position. At the end of the second race, Sean is the victor because the blue car is 2 positions ahead of the pink car.
So, in a 6-lap race, I get $8,000 for the win. I have no money or sponsorship. Do you have any money or sponsorship?
At the end of this race, I have $1,500 in sponsorship.
How are you?
So I at least get $1,500
People like you, and you get another $5,000 for coming in.
second. So there we go. And now we are going to draw back up to our 5-card hand. Sean, you use 2 cards, so you need 2.
I
use 1 card.
I knew.
I thought you used 2, but that's all right. So here you go.
Okay.
You're up to 1.
I did use 2.
I used all 5 of mine. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are back to the 5 cards in our hand. And it is my turn because Sean called. No, sorry, it's Sean's turn because I called that race.
Yes.
Sean gets the trophy. So that's for you. And we are now, in terms of the game, in terms of the racing season, we are now tied
1-1.
1-1.
So my tires come off. So
I mean,
for the next
so
race?
that's an interesting question. If we chose that it's a 2-race season, would that have been the end of the game?
No, I think we say it was like whoever has that amount of trophies at the end of it.
I think that probably makes more sense.
Yeah.
Only because I really want to win.
Yeah. Now you can, I guess, some of the variations you could do like a race league kind of thing where there's just 7 races. So as soon as the 7th race is called, no matter who's got how many or whatever, you could do it that way.
And this is the cool thing about the game rules being rather dynamic that way, in the sense that you can really set the end of the game whatever you want. I mean, we could create where there's, this is just a Grand Prix.
Yeah.
There's no end to any of this, and we keep playing the same career with the same drivers, and just at the end of, let's say at the end of a year, we tally up the number of trophies and the amount of money, and we see where it goes from there.
Yeah.
So it's one of those cool things where it can be a one-off kind of game, or you could go so far as to keep like a spreadsheet, right, of everybody's career, how that team has been progressing, right? Like, I mean, think you could have like Team Karan, right, and Team Tophocles,
yeah.
And at the end of it, I could say, well, I've got Team Tophocles has these 5 drivers and this pit crew, and the cars with all these parts on it. We've won 17 trophies. and Team Karan has like, oh, we've got these 10 drivers, and we didn't really get any crew,
but
we've won 37 trophies.
Yeah.
You know, so it's kind of cool how you can vary it up, right?
Yeah, we can have different variations on how it goes, like how the game ends. You want a quick, whoever wins the most out of 3, that ends the game kind of thing. You can do a quick up. You can keep track of them later on down the road too, if you want.
That's cool.
Yeah.
And one of the things we've been talking about doing, or I think we talked about it originally a little bit, was I kind of wanted to create a leaderboard like for Krishada. So people we'd have a form you could fill out. Or it would be like, what's the name of your racing team? How many races have you won? How many drivers do you have? Blah, blah, blah. And then people could actually go online and see like a world leaderboard, right?
Yeah,
I think
exactly. I think that would be kind of cool on who's playing and what.
All right, so it's Sean's turn.
It is Sean's turn. And Sean does not have enough money. But Sean does have enough.
Some of you are asking, while Sean's making up his mind here, some of you are asking, what's the difference between a player versus player -1 and a +1 for yourself? In this case, because it's 2 people, it means nothing.
Yeah.
It's basically a -1 for Sean is a +1 for me. But if we were playing with more people around the table, where the player versus player cards come in handy is, let's say that I already know I'm going to lose the race, right? There's no hope for me to win because I've been pushed back so far. But if I know that Sean's financially in a position to win, let's say he's going to come in first or even second, I can play my player versus player card on Sean and drop him back out of the standings to guarantee that he's not going to make any more money or not going to win another race. Or let's say we were at the end of our season. If Sean wins this race, the game's over.
Yeah.
I don't want the game to be over. I still have a shot if I could win a couple more races. I could play the player versus player against Sean to stop the game from being over.
Yeah.
Right? So that's kind of the difference between the +1 for yourself and the -1 for everyone else.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to take my $5,000. I am going to buy the driver on the dry track.
Nice. So Sean has selected a driver that gives him a +1 on a dry track. And that's his turn.
Mm-hmm.
I am trying to decide what I want to do, and I think I will discard 1 card for my turn.
Okay. And then Sean is going to go race!
Son of a gun. Okay, so Sean has called a 6-lap race on a dry asphalt track. So
it's almost like he planned it.
Once again, I'm going to use my tires that are good on asphalt. But Sean just bought a driver that's good on dry and tires that are good on asphalt and an engine that's good on a dry track. So he's really covering his bases here. He's got bonuses in lots of different areas. So we'll see how that plays out for him. So it's a 6-lap race. So we're going to draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards.
Oh, thank you,
6
sir.
laps.
Thank you, sir.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 laps for me.
So any comments on the game, please let us know.
If anybody's still watching, who
Yeah,
knows? I
who
mean,
knows?
you know, we've kind of been setting a precedent on the show for, you know, music and talking to people, but I like this as well. I don't care. I think it's fun. All right, so Sean has called the race, so Sean is in control of when the laps get turned over.
You ready, sir?
I am ready.
Flip 0.
Lap number 1 for me is -1 for body.
Oof.
So I don't have anything to offset that in my car, and I'm not willing to spend any points that I may or may not have in my hand. So I am just going to let that happen.
And the reason that it may not 100% become apparent is you only have 5 cards. So on a 6-lap race, even if you had 5 cards that could affect each lap or whatever, you only have 5. So there is going to be a lap of that round where you may or may not have a card to play on.
Yeah.
So if you use them up quickly, and especially on an 8-lap race, then, you know, you do it all at the front, it could change completely. If you wait until the end, it may be too late.
Yeah. So that's the cool thing, is that because you only, like John, if you only have 5 cards in your hand, On a 4-lap race, you get a bonus card.
Yeah.
On a 6-lap race, you have a deficit of 1. On an 8-lap race, you have a deficit of 3, and you have to be very kind of strategic about how you want to use those bonuses.
And if you're looking at a hand where you have like 5 sponsor cards, you're pretty much hosed, other than the fact you're going to get some money at the end.
Yeah.
Really. All right, you ready? Lap number 2,
lap
sir.
number 2.
0.
Okay, so
Oh.
here is another bad part for me. I have drawn a critical card for my crew. So what that means is, if I had a crew,
They'd be gone.
they would be dead, right? So it would have been something like, I pulled into the pit stop and my car exploded
Oh,
and,
you ran out of...
and wiped out my entire crew. But what this means for me, my race is over.
Yeah. Unless you have a miracle card.
I am critically out of the race. I go back to this little X to mark the fact that I am dead. I do not have a critical card. In fact, all I had were these guys in my hand. So my race is over. So for all intents and purposes, we have to complete the race.
Yes.
Because Sean could also get a critical, right? And be out of the race as well. Which is really what I hope right now, because that means he doesn't get the trophy and the game's not over. So lap number 3.
0.
0. Lap number 4.
0.
0. Lap number 5.
0.
0. Lap number 6. I would have had another critical. I would have. Oh, this is terrible. Let me just turn this over for you. I would have had another critical for tires. So regardless, I would have been out. Sean, 0. Sean has drawn a perfect race. He has neither succeeded nor been had anything detrimental. He remained at the starting point. I was knocked out of the race early. I really wanted an opportunity to play this card.
I had a draft card too.
Which was draft. And what that does is, I'll just really quickly do this. Let's say that Sean was fortunate enough that during the race,
even do it crazy.
Okay, so let's say I had been knocked all the way back here to -6 positions out. Sean had jumped all the way up to +4 positions. I can play the draft card for my turn. On that lap, I would play it. It would put me 1 position behind Sean. Basically, as he came around the corner, I drafted him, and now we're kind of put back together. But that didn't happen. Sean wins the race. The race is over.
Now, because I even won two races, doesn't actually mean I won the game. That is just the marker on when the game is over. So, on a 6-lap race, I would get $8,000. You didn't have any money cards, did you?
I did not.
Okay, and do you? Okay, and that's it for that. All right, so 1, 2, 3.
Oh, hang on. I get second. Oh,
No,
no, I don't
you
get
blew
any
up.
money because I blew up, so I don't even get second place. So I get nothing.
Nothing, sir.
You get
Nothing.
Good day, sir.
And I have a driver.
Okay, so Sean.
Do you have a driver? You have
I
a
do.
driver.
So in this case, everybody takes whatever drivers they have hired because they are assets to you. So they are worth money. So this driver is worth $5,000. The parts and the crew are not worth anything. So
Count them up.
I have a driver worth $5,000. I have another $5,000. That's 10, 11. I have $12,000 at the end. I can see that Sean already has $12,000 just in money, and he has another $5,000 for his driver. So,
boom, baby.
Sean's driver wins him the game. That's how it works. That is race day.
Is race day, yeah.
And, if you guys have any thoughts or comments, I don't know how many people are actually watching because I can't actually see the computer that lets me know who's on the stream. But we've had some people commenting, so I know that at least people were watching. But that's game number 3. That's race day. And that will be hot on the heels of Beast Brigade, which is number 2. So we are currently play testing race day. So in the future, when you see a call to action for
when we finally get to some place to play.
Yeah, so when Kershada Games does a call out for playtesting, we will likely be playtesting Race Day. We'll bring the other games just in case people want to try to play them. But, there's nothing we can do about The Earth Is Ours. That game's in production, so the rules are done. Yeah. Beast Brigade's been feature frozen, so we're not adding anything. We're not taking anything away.
Not unless somebody comes up with something
phenomenal.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, people have come up with phenomenal stuff during testing. Actually, one of the best playtesters we've had in the group so far has been Whitney.
Oh yeah.
Whitney Barrett has come up with all kinds of cool supplementary rules or ways to like change the rules that we initially think of.
She should be making her own games.
She should be making her own games, or she should certainly be, a part of the Crashada, playtesting team. For
Yeah.
sure. And we do have a very, very close bunch of people that we trust implicitly in terms of spreading our ideas to. Raven and Stephanie for sure.
Yeah.
Whitney and Jay, 100%. Chantel Trudell was there from the beginning as well. Pretty much.
Jay.
In fact, she coined our hashtag. That's what's up.
Yeah.
Jay and Whitney, for sure, is one. Oh, and Tom and Emily Varga. They were kind of instrumental, especially in The Earth Is Ours.
Oh yeah, huge.
We would play out in Bell River, so that's pretty cool. Okay, well, so we still only have 2 names in this thing, but we're not done yet. So we're just going to kind of keep those aside because I have to put these back in this box. That's where they live. For those of you who may just be tuning in or have forgotten to put something in the comments, we are raffling off a copy of The Earth Is Ours, which is Crashada Games' first actual offering. It's available in stores for $25. If you're looking for something to do during the quarantine, we can absolutely sell you one that we can socially distance deliver to you. Or you can simply say, I want one, in the video comments, and we will enter you into the raffle. Right now, it is a 50-50 shot between Jocelyn Laporte and Vince Shepley. Those are the only 2 folks who have said that they want one. I don't really know how I feel about that yet, but we'll see. Anyway, so if you would like a copy of the game, all you have to do is just put in the comments, I want one, and we will enter your name in the running. So I'm going to put this guy away.
That's a lap card.
Oh.
You've been messing up the lap cards.
No, these were at the bottom of the deck.
You mean you could have blown up more times?
I don't think that's physically possible. I blew up a lot.
You blew up a lot.
I did blow up a lot. That's the worst part too. Is like when you've positioned yourself mathematically where you're like you know there's no way you're going to lose. And you're like four spaces ahead or 4 positions ahead, and then you turn over the lap card and you blow up.
No, nothing's worse than losing a 15,000 point driver.
Oh, that's also true. Yeah. Because that's the thing we didn't really talk about was that those criticals, if I had those parts on my car, they would have gone away. If I had that driver would have died. So it's kind of a gamble on whether you're going to put a driver in play or not, because depending on whether or not it's
honestly,
worth it. Right?
I don't know if I'd put a driver in if I didn't have a miracle card, at least one in my hand.
Yeah, right.
A 5,000 guy, you could, sure, he can die. It's no big deal. But like a 15,000,
yeah, that's a big chance to take.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
All right, well let's put this guy, the money away for this guy.
Okay.
And that's Race Day. That's game number 3.
Yeah, baby.
Now, the next game we can talk about, but we can't actually play because we haven't made a prototype yet. But that is another game that we're excited about. And this introduces a new member of the Crashada Games team.
Yeah.
Right? And that is my very good friend Shannon. So one of the things that we were talking about was, the fact that when we kind of bring these shows or bring the game to trade shows.
Yes.
We get a lot of parents with kids that are looking at, different games that they can play. And, with the number one comment we got about The Earth Is Ours, apart from the fact that it's fun, right, was that it wasn't violent. In the sense that you can do an attack and a defend, but you're not attacking and defending somebody like, killing them. And that got us thinking, that one of the things that is a real objection for people when they're talking about role-playing games, for example, is that, there's an element of your character dying, right? Or you inflicting some kind of violent damage on somebody.
Drivers
else.
dying.
Yeah.
Crews dying.
So, I mean, for those people who are mature and, for those older players, that's not a big deal because we're able to emotionally process that kind of stuff. For younger players, maybe that's a real concern. So we sat down and we started thinking about that real hard. And
well, you and Shannon had come up and spent a lot of time on this as a
so
game.
Shannon and I had worked on a separate concept called the Dreamscape, which was taking a role-playing game, and basically it would take place in the land of your dreams, right? So when you fall asleep, you enter into a dream. Only in this case, you enter a lucid dream with all the other players being a part of that dream together. When we were originally doing it, it was kind of cool because what we were really looking at initially was a way to get rid of the genres of role-playing games, right? Because you have fantasy, you have steampunk, you have vampires, you have superheroes, you have mechanoids like
space,
Battletech. Yeah, you have space, Warhammer and all that kind of stuff. And we thought, well, why can't you just be everything?
Yeah.
Like, who cares? Who cares if I want to be a warrior monk with a blaster pack? Like, that's just my character.
Yeah.
So we came up with this idea that you could do that inside your dreams. In your dreams, you can be whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. And originally, when we first started developing the Dreamscape, it was aimed at, because my kids were young at that time, and they had seen me play, Dungeons and Dragons, for lack of a better term, with my friends, and they were really interested in it. But the problem was, they really want to play. Okay, great, let's roll up a character. Well, here's a 2-hour process of creating a character, to enter in this game. By the time they got past, picking their skills,
they didn't
care.
Yeah.
So Shannon and I kind of approached this from a philosophy of, let's look at this as a real way to make it easy, right? So that, we want to be able to roll up a character in 10 minutes or less to be able to enter a game. And we came up with this idea for the Dreamscape and so on and so forth. And the other cool thing was that our version of the game, you use playing cards, a regular deck of playing cards, instead of all these fancy dice. So the other thing, being is that chances are folks have a set of playing cards at home, right? And if not, they're $1 at the dollar store. So you can play the game with stuff that you generally have around the house. You don't have to go and spend a fortune on these fancy dice. We played it a bunch of times to a lot of success, actually.
Yeah, actually.
The play testers were really excited. Did you actually?
Yep, I did play it, yeah.
Okay. Anyway, the problem was that we saw the limitations of creating a system for kids. And, Shannon, to his credit, kind of took the game and ran with it, because I was busy doing other things. I was doing the Earth is Ours and so on and so forth. And Shannon lives in Australia. So, the time difference was, you just work on this thing. Well, anyway, he came back to me in about 4 or 5 weeks with this system that was brilliant. I mean, like, it was
it's fantastic.
Brilliant. The way that, you chose your career path and the skills, we got rid of all of that nonsense in terms of, having to pick a particular set of skills or a particular skill. Instead, we came up with this idea for spheres of influence, and when you developed a particular sphere, you got all the skills within that sphere, and it was just like, it was so well done. But it was complicated.
Then it got complicated.
Not necessarily that it was very overtly complicated. Like seasoned players would have absolutely no problem with it. But for kids, it got complicated, and I kind of lost my drive for that, because I wanted something that was easy for kids to play.
Yeah.
So we kind of put that on the back burner, and I think Shannon got a little upset with me because I concentrated more on these other games, and then it came time to we were sitting. I can't remember where we were sitting. We were sitting somewhere. And I said, what would be kind of cool? What if we took the idea for the Dreamscape and went back to the original idea, where it's super easy for kids to play? I know what it was. I wanted to make a Christmas present for my nephews and my niece.
Weren't we at like the CK Expo or something like that? Just sitting around between, or
the
Windsor Expo or something? We were just sitting around chit-chatting about it.
But prior to that, I had wanted to make a Christmas present for them. And I thought, well, I'll make a game for them.
Yeah.
And they were really young. They were like 5 and 6.
Yeah.
And so I thought, it's going to be really easy. You're going to have cards that you're going to. You don't have character sheets or anything like that. You're going to have cards that you hold in your hand. You can collect swords. You can collect wands. You can collect potions. And each one of those, when you turn over a monster card, this monster requires 2 swords to defeat it. And if any of you in your team of people that are playing have 2 swords or more, you defeat the monster, so on and so forth.
And it turns into a flower.
Now that's the other thing, is we decided that we were going to make it non-violent. And what better way to do that than turn it into the dream. So basically this is the way that it would work. It's called Daydream. And your character falls asleep, right? And inside that dream, your party wanders around and they encounter nightmares. And those nightmares take the form of monsters.
Yeah.
And what your job is your job is to free the dream from being a nightmare. So when you defeat the dream,
or the nightmare,
yeah, when you defeat the nightmare, it turns into a flower or a beetle or a sunflower or a bush or a tree that becomes part of this garden that you create. So, if I kill this monster, it becomes a sunflower.
Yeah.
So I take a sunflower token and I put it in my garden. And at the end of the game, when, whatever determines the end of the game, I don't remember anymore, when you wake up, you simply just have this garden, right? And then if you in turn are damaged by the monster, you don't really take damage. All you do is you lose a point of sleep.
Yeah, so you
right?
could start waking up.
So you start waking up. If you lose more sleep points than you have, you just wake up. But the cool thing is, you can go back to sleep, right? So anyway, we started working on this, and that's going to be game number 4. Game number 4 is going to be called Daydream. Shannon and I have been working on it not very diligently, but we have the basic framework for it, and Shannon's been doing an incredible job with the mathematics and the logic behind it. It's starting to get a little complicated again, because that's the thing, is Shannon looks at the potential of what's there and wants to make it more. And whereas I want the minimalist approach, so we have to kind of revisit that and see where we're going. But that's game number 4, so that's Daydream. Game number 5 that's in development is...
Well, we could the one we did when we did to the Elton John.
Yeah, so on our way up to see Elton John in Buffalo, Sean and I came up with another game concept, and that was where that notebook full of notes came. Sean was furiously writing on the drive up and back, and that game it's called What If I Told You?
Yeah,
and it's a conspiracy theory game. So your idea is to, there are 7 cards on the table. It's who, what, where, when, how, and why. Who, what, where, when,
5.
how, and why. 6?
6.
Yeah. So you turn one into, like, who would be NASA? What would be the pyramids? How would be mind control? Where would be Nevada, and why would be to control the Earth's economy? So at the end of it would be NASA is using mind control, or using cats to have mind control via the pyramids to control the world's economy. That's the conspiracy theory. And then the players would have to build evidence to either verify or debunk the theory.
Yeah, well, you're debunking other people because you want to be the biggest conspiracy.
No. Oh, that's right. Yeah. See, okay, you talk about it because I don't remember.
So, anyways, you would have these different types of ways of proving your theory of why this is all working. Whether you have photographs or newspaper clippings or videos,
somebody that works on the inside,
somebody that works on the inside, and all that kind of stuff. And they would have levels. So, if you had like old photographs, they would only be like worth 2 points. But if you had like digital photographs of that, then it would be worth 10 points. And you could debunk somebody else's theory by saying, well, I have like Photoshop proof of that you did your photos, kind of thing. And once you racked up a certain number of media points or proof points, you could then bring it to the public, and you could post it on YouTube or post it on the thing. And by getting it whoever got it out into the media first on those categories, by getting all those proof points, then you would be the one that could prove the conspiracy actually happened, and everybody else was nuts in how they were trying to do it. So it was a little tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah.
We thought that was pretty funny, especially at the time.
Especially at the time on the very long drive to an Elton John concert.
Yeah.
But I still think I think it holds some validity. We just have to go back to it, and we got sidetracked by these other ones. That seemed a little maybe easier to produce.
Yeah, like the computer game.
Oh, so there's another one called The Server's Down, potentially for now, where you have to build a computer that's capable of holding certain amounts of data, but it's hooked up to the electrical grid, and just like the boycott cards, The electrical grid starts off at 100%. As you draw, cards up, it says, electrical grid -10, so you lose 10% of the electrical grid when the grid hits 0. Yeah. Everybody shuts down except people that have battery backups. Yeah. They're afforded, that many extra turns depending on how many units of battery backup.
And you can hack other people to steal their data.
And so the idea is that you collect data, and the data's worth, a certain amount of points, and
whoever has the most data at the end or something like that.
So that's kind of cool. That's another one that's kind of, again, now we've moved out of the so The Earth Is Ours is a product, right? It's published, it's done. Beast Brigade is in feature freeze, so it is basically it's basically done, just hasn't been produced yet. Race Day is in prototype phase. Dreamscape is in alpha stage, or beta stage.
Yeah, beta.
Servers down.
And Conspiracy.
What If I Told You? That's an alpha stage. There Goes the Neighborhood is another one. That's an alpha stage. There Goes the Neighborhood is a really cool idea where you have a grid like this, for example, of houses, right, that are turned down like this to create a neighborhood. And as you turn them over, you see like it's the Joneses, and the Joneses hate loud music.
Yeah,
right?
Loud music.
And so if you have a loud music card, you can play it and you can drive them out of the neighborhood.
And you get the points for that.
And you get the points for that. So it's basically how you can annoy people enough to get them out of the neighborhood. But that's in like early alpha stage.
We had one which I'm kind of calling in the pause stage, which was the spaceship one.
Oh, Warped. Yeah.
Which was actually one of our first actual board games.
I have it right over there.
With tactical, where you would have spaceships and where they're facing in. And the neat part about that was you would lay down your cards about what you're going to do for movement or firing or repair. And as everybody flipped them over, everybody would move, or people would fire before somebody moved. The only problem with that was Chris and I are having a little bit of a disagreement. I'm finding that when we do the space battle part, ships get healed too quickly, and it seems to drag on. Like battles don't seem to do much. Chris likes the whole how it seems to flow.
So really, it's not really that we're having I would say that we're having a philosophical disagreement on how damage is accrued and healed.
Yeah,
that's it. I think we both like the mechanic of how the randomness of that works. I think we both like the mechanic of how you assign the points of energy that you're using in each area. It's just where we are having a difficulty, and it's not that I disagree with you at all.
No.
I agree that I think that the ability to heal yourself happens too quickly, so we need to revisit how that works.
Well, and you know what's funny is, honestly, that's one of the not disagreements, but the way we look at things differently is the one big thing is I really just want to crush people in a game. that is my one of my reasons for playing a game is I'm not a very good cooperative player. There's other games where you're cooperative, where as a group you're trying to win the game together, and I don't get a very big, for me, satisfaction on, oh yay, the group won and we beat some nefarious, like, ethereal fifth person out there or whatever. Where Chris is really, you're really, you don't want anybody to be unfairly treated in the game. You know what I mean?
It's not so much that I don't want anybody to be unfairly treated. I hate games where I know there's no possibility of me winning a third of the way through the game.
Yeah.
It's frustrating, right?
Yeah.
So, for example, perfect example in the award-winning first edition game from Crushada Games, The Earth Is Ours, we sat back and asked ourselves the two questions. What makes what sucks when you're playing games, especially turn-based strategy games? And the two things that we agreed upon more than anything else were, number one, you have to wait your turn.
Yeah.
So if I'm playing with 12 people, I have to wait for 11 other people to go before I'm allowed to make my turn. That sucks. So we got rid of that by saying it's team-based and everybody plays on everybody's turn. The second thing that sucks is knowing you're going to lose the game before the game is done and there's nothing you can do about it, right? Why am I going to sit there playing a game that takes an hour when I know that there's no possible way I'm going to win? I might as well just blow my ship up and be done with it.
Yeah.
The Earth is ours. We've never been in a situation where there's been a blowout. It's always been within 1 or 2 points, regardless of how many points we choose to play to, regardless of how many people are in either team. It's been a close, pulse pounding
1 or 2
win.
points.
Yeah,
really
within 1 or 2 points. So I have an idea. I've been thinking about Warped, actually.
Oh, okay.
And it's funny that you bring that up. I think that what we should do is the points in your energy bank are depleted unless you repair. So your repair doesn't mean that you take points from your energy bank and put them into something, and how your energy bank gets put back every time.
It gets replenished all the time. It's just too easy.
The energy you take from your energy bank, you can allocate to whatever, but those points are gone, and you don't put them back in at the next turn to
So if your shields are gone, you lose 3 shields or whatever, then they're gone.
And if you only have those many points, now your point pool is being diminished. If you repair, you're allowed to repair for a certain amount of points that puts more points back in your energy bank, but doesn't necessarily repair a particular system.
And if your engine gets hit, then you only get half of what you can repair at, kind of thing.
Maybe. But just so that
I could see that.
You diminish your available power pool.
Yeah.
I guess.
Because my thing with the Warp was the fact that it just felt like, I shot you like 8 times and now you're back up to full strength, and it's like, what's the point?
Yeah.
Like, it just didn't seem like I could crush you.
Sean's about the domination, and mine's about not being dominated. That's how the relationship works. That's the dynamic there.
Yeah, no, actually, that might work. We'd have to try that out and see what that works with. Just because, especially with Warp, because it was because of when you do your cards, you get to flip. You have 3 different things you can do. Like, you have cards between 1 and 10 for move, 1 and 10 for firing, and 1 and 10 for repair. And you only get to use those cards
once.
So if you use up the 10s, they're gone.
So we should preface this by saying that in role playing games, there's a concept called initiative, right? And initiative is how quickly you can do an action. So if we enter combat, for example, let's say Sean and I enter combat right now. Sean's had enough of this discussion, doesn't want to talk about Warped anymore. He wants to kick my ass. So Sean decides to fight me. Well, it may be that I have a higher initiative value than Sean does, meaning that even though Sean wants to fight me, I still get to go first because I move quicker, or
he drank less.
Yeah, for whatever reason, right? My initiative is faster. So those numbers on the top of those Warped cards were your initiative numbers. So if I had a repair of 10, that was the fastest, the highest number. So
if I had a fire of 7.
Right. So if he pulled a fire of 7, my repair of 10 would happen before his fire phase happened. So it meant, I could get a chance to repair myself before he attacked me. Or let's say I did a movement of 9 and he did a fire of 5. My movement would come first, so I may be able to move out of range before he fires at me.
Yeah.
But you could only use those once per
10.
Once per round.
Yeah.
Right?
10 rounds or something like that?
There's 10 turns to a round.
Yeah.
And so everybody gets to play those cards, down to 0 once. And then the next round starts, everybody gets their cards back. Now you can reallocate, do I want to do this faster than somebody else? That mechanic I thought worked great.
Mm-hmm.
In the sense that you really had to play the player. I had to gauge on the fact that, for the most part during this game, you've done X, Y, Z. And so I'm willing to bet that your next move is going to be repair.
Ooh, you know what? Honestly, that works with that repair. Like, if you did the repair where you got parts you got more energy in your engine, you could do the second repair time would to be allocate what you wanted to do to it.
Yeah.
And you could only do that kind of stuff, and you couldn't change your shields or anything until the 10 turns are over. At the time, once all the 10 cards and all the 10 turns are over, then you can kind of do a whole reallocation kind of thing, but then it would start over kind of thing.
And then for each repair, do you make the repair worth, 1 power point? So
yeah.
I regenerate 1 power point, and then my next turn I move that power point into a system?
Yeah.
Or do you make it like the higher number of initiative is a lower number of points, so I can do a quick repair, or I can do an in-depth repair. I'll use my, let's say a repair of 10 is worth 1 point.
Yeah.
But a repair of 1 is worth 5 points.
Yes. actually, what you could do is where from like 6 to 10, you're building up a lot of quick energy, but the repairs of 1 to
1 to
5,
5, you allocate
them. You could split it up so you could allocate them.
I like that.
But you're doing the allocate, of course, at a lower initiative because it takes more to move them from one thing to the other.
I like that.
Ooh,
So
we could come
repair 6 to 10. You're
generating energy.
generating energy in your power bank. Repairs 1 to 5. You're actually physically moving power from your energy bank into your systems.
Into your system, shields, firing, whatever you want, kind of thing.
So it makes it a little more judicial in how you want to use your repair cards.
Yeah, and
you're not infinitely repairing.
Yeah, exactly. You're getting some energy, but you're not infinitely repairing.
It makes it a need for you to use your. Now you're still going to start out with more power in your power bank than you have systems to use anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
So you have a little bit of reserve. So we're not going to leave you high and dry.
No. But I mean, you have a little bit, but you still have to use a slow repair card early on if you need to
move that
energy out. So you got that chance where if you got hit by 3 people, you have that chance to repair. But
and
later
then, you know what? I
don't.
like that too because it makes the. Remember that we had you had a. Hang on. I'm gonna grab the thing there so we can.
This
show,
is what happened.
Yeah,
folks.
we can show people what we're talking about. Actually, and if you want, grab that set of headphones that's on that symbol right there. It should be active, and you should be able to hear everything that we're hearing. Because right now you're just hearing us talk, but now you should be able to hear the actual microphone and room noise.
Yeah.
You can? Yes?
Yeah.
Well, it's just because if I happen to walk away again, for example, when you were doing your drawing the boycott cards,
yeah,
or drawing your cards for the boycott cards, I was doing this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so you'll be able to hear a little bit.
Okay. You know what we're missing too, eh?
Lager?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll get you one of those.
Again, that's how we work so well.
There it is. Wow, first try.
First try, eh? Thank you for the liquor.
Yeah. Thank you for the liquor.
Was that a keyboard
that was me.
press?
That was me. So Warped was actually going to be game number 2, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we came up with that one pretty quick.
Yeah. So this would be the idea. And this is our rule book. Look, we actually had a printed rule book. I went through this. I went through like some serious,
Oh yeah, I know.
right?
We have all the different type of tiles.
Yeah.
The black hole.
I don't know where the cards went. They're probably
And
somewhere.
dice. Don't we have like ships and dice and all that too as well or something? Remember we had the asteroids?
Yeah, the wood blocks.
Yeah.
I got those somewhere too. So this is what we're talking about here with here, let me hold that up. So this is a player sheet for Warped. So we would have you'd have a power bank here. Where my camera? Come on now. Your power bank here that would store all of your power. And then you'd have all these systems over here where you could allocate that power. And then you had crew members that were responsible for different areas of the ship. So the captain was responsible for the shields, let's say. And the helmsman was responsible for navigation, obviously. The gunner was responsible for weapons. The engineer was responsible for the power bank. And the tactician was responsible for range, right? When you lost one of those crew members, your ability to power those systems was reduced.
Yeah.
But that's what I was going to say. Certain ones of those characters, like the captain, for example, had the special ability of shields up, where you divert energy from all of their systems to your shields
yeah.
to kind of block that away, and that makes that more important then, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think by talking about what you're talking about makes it more important. And then we have these tiles, right? So these are random tiles that you would use at the beginning of each game. They're hexagonal, and the thing is that on the back of them they would be, this is an empty space tile, for example. This is a tile that had a special place in the middle called the Kismet thing, where you could get a special card that gave you a special ability.
Tractor beams.
Yeah, there were a couple of those.
Missiles.
this was a tile where it had like a space station, so you couldn't fly through the space station. You'd have to fly around it.
But people couldn't shoot you either.
Yeah, and people couldn't shoot you either. There's a lot of empty space now. This is here. This is one with a planetoid in it. So you couldn't fly through the planetoid. So it was kind of cool when you laid these all out like Sean has. It meant that you could make a different game each time, right? Your map could be different each time. So in here, for example,
and just so I could point out, go ahead. But just so I could point out, the math it took so that when things were laid together would make a hexagon was very tough.
It was a pain in the ass. So my little OV spaceship here, you know, if I was flying through the nebula, I couldn't necessarily maybe go through the nebula. I'd have to go around it.
Yeah.
Right.
Or I thought with the nebula, like you could go through it. Nobody could shoot you, but you couldn't shoot anybody.
Yeah,
that kind of stuff.
There were all different rules for that. And you know, or better example, if I was around the planetoid, you know, I would have to fly around the planetoid rather than fly over it.
Where you could go through the meteors. But...
I could go through the meteors, but I might take damage.
Yeah.
You know, to do it. So it was fairly complex.
And we actually had we had some play testing going on.
We played this a bunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, and and it's just kind of like.
I liked what we came up with.
We stopped because of the repair thing.
Yeah, we just couldn't get by it. Right?
We couldn't get past it, but I think
that actually worked really well.
Well, you're welcome. That's
Nicely
my gift to you.
Oh please, that's part of the whole thing. That's why we do this.
So anyway, that's Warped. That's another one that's technically on the horizon. Yeah. And then.
Oh. Do we want to maybe bring up the last game that we kind of talked about today?
Sure.
Okay. So, of course, with everybody's mind on everything else, like the COVID-19 part of it, of course, you know, like there's other games out there like Plague and Countdown and all the rest that talk about like world disasters and all that kind of stuff. But we were thinking about kind of having a game where being a country, you could try different ways of stopping or mitigating the pandemic by trying to make it also more kind of a positive educational game-ish on how that could work. Where along the lines of you would have, you're not so much trying to infect other people, but you're trying to keep your population from being infected.
Yeah.
You know, like more of a positive spin on it than on the negative side.
Yeah, you know, I don't know.
It's
one of those things like, you know, do we do it in terms of being a pandemic because, you know, it's something that everybody's kind of freaked out about? Do we do it where, you know...
Is it insensitive to do it about a pandemic?
Sure, you know, or do we do it as like a zombie thing where you're trying to infect the population? Because my thing is, you know, this is the way I was thinking of it, is that you would have your citizens, let's say, of your country, right?
Okay.
And I would have my citizens of my country or region or whatever. And, you know, as you would turn cards over, you know, if on your turn you picked up an infection card, I would have to play that on a member of my population, right? So now I have this thing of infection that's going on. Well, I can have other cards that I draw, like, you know, I have a scientist card, or I have, you know, I have a social distancing practice put in place, and my social distancing practice is worth 1 infection removal, or whatever. So I can take that one off and put it back, you know, in play, and I can continue to develop those. Like, let's say I get another social distancing thing, so now it's worth 2. So if I draw an infection card, you know, it would be mitigated. It's really kind of in the early stages, and yeah, you know, you're right. It's one of those things where is it insensitive to be putting that out right now?
Yeah.
You know, do we make it in terms of zombies where, you know, it just goes back to, but there's like a zillion and one zombie games.
Yeah, and that's my problem too. Is like, I mean, I like the idea of like, you know, you can make it so you build up enough points, like you're part of the WHO, you have enough social distancing cards, so it gets to a certain point where if you have enough of the things in place, like a couple scientists, social distancing, you're part of the WHO, then if you pull up a vaccine card and you have all those levels done, vaccine ends the game.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
you know, like we've
Or
solved
you
it.
can say too that
You get
in order to join the WHO, you have to have 2 scientists.
Yeah, well that
You know?
and that's what you could do is you could build up where you have to have 2 scientists, then you have to have the WHO, then you have to have then you can get the vaccine card kind of thing.
Or you have to do research or something like that.
Research, and then you get the vaccine card.
Yeah, and then how far do we take the take the things in the other direction in terms of like can I have a player versus player card that's conspiracy theory?
Yeah.
So I play it against you and you lose one of your scientists.
Yeah.
Can I play something called the religious zealot card, right? And you lose one of your scientists.
And
I'm all for it, but I'm an argumentative bastard. So I think that would be great.
Well, I mean, you could have a President Trump card that just you wipe out your whole country because basically it's burned to the ground.
No, but I mean, you could, without having to make it topical, or in terms of like who's currently in power, you could have like a dear leader card, where it eliminates all your scientists because the dear leader comes out and says, hey, I think we should all drink bleach.
Yeah, or you have your PPE cards and it's like, yeah, we're not spending money on that kind of thing.
Actually, yeah. See, there you go. Like you could have another thing where you've got you have PPE as a so really maybe you would have multiple points of defense against infection. So you'd pull an infection card that's worth 3 points, right?
But if you had like 2 PPP and a scientist or social distancing
or something, yeah, then you have you don't get that infection or it's mitigated something. You'd have to figure out like how is that countered in terms of like if you pull a 3 and you have 2, how does that 3 become a 1? Like we'd have to figure out how the math works on that.
And I mean you can also have stuff along the lines where, and I was just thinking about it, is
oh, sorry, I just figured that part out.
What?
How to do that. So you would have it like this. You'd have a separate deck of infection. And if I pull a card in here that's an infection level 4, and I mitigate it by 2 because I have social distancing and hand washing as my thing, then I only take 2 infection cards and put them down on my population.
Nice. Now, do we have global factors too?
Sure we do. Yeah, global factors that affect everybody. Absolutely.
Massive plane travel. All of a sudden, everybody has
Sure.
to go too. We could also have where you have different, like at the beginning of the game, country cards kind of thing, where your country decides to do mass herd community,
herd immunity. Yeah.
Or your other one decides to ignore the pandemic, but you have more money maybe to buy scientists down.
See, like maybe you could do like herd immunity where it removes one infection card because maybe that does work for a bunch of people, but you also lose a scientist card.
Yeah.
Because they're like, this is never going to work.
Yeah.
Right. Like it could be, do I really want this? Because I'm going to potentially put myself in a position where, it's going to be unhealthy for me. Or whatever.
Or here's the thing is, you could even set it up where if you do along the lines of, good name.
Sorry, I point out in here that Sean Fathers has come in and says, "What the hell? I want to play The Earth Is Ours." So Sean, your name goes into the drawing now. You are number 3. You have a 33% chance of winning a free copy of The Earth Is Ours.
33 and a third.
The 33 and a third. For anyone who is still watching or listening, if you put in the comments that you would like a copy of the game or you're interested in The Earth Is Ours, just put it in the comments. And we will write your name down on a card at the end of the show. We're going to draw somebody out. They're going to win a free copy.
And honestly, now with us talking about all the different games and all that kind of stuff, you have an idea. Like, throw it in there. Like, is it insensitive to do a plague game? Really, when it comes down to it?
I don't think so. I mean, it's not like we're. I think if we put enough elements in there to support all sides.
Yeah, you could do where you ignore everything for a bit, which means you have more money up front for your economy because you haven't shut down. So you could buy the scientists maybe down the road, buy more PPE kind of thing. Where if you do where your society closes down the economy, then you don't have as much money, but you end
So-
up having less infections.
How do you handle the money then? So would you say that like at the beginning of each turn, there's your personal economy. So at the beginning of each turn, let's just say that let's keep the numbers small just for mathematical purposes. So let's say everybody gets $100 at the beginning of each turn. So at the beginning of each turn, everybody gets $100 unless you've enforced economic shutdown.
Yeah.
Now maybe you get $50 per turn.
Or $20 per turn.
Right.
Something like that, yeah.
So the folks that don't enforce, but then, so how does that reflect in terms of like, if you are not in economic shutdown, does it make you more potentially likely to get infected? How does that work into it?
Well, I would say along the lines of like, for every infection you get a +1, like, kind of thing. So it adds on to your infection rate. But you can buy the scientists of the PPE kind of thing, which you may be able to fight it down the road. But
so how about this? Maybe here's an idea. Maybe you have an R0 number, okay, or an infection number, like you were saying. So if you are not in economic shutdown, then that goes as a +1 to more people getting infected. If you have a scientist, that goes a +1 to less people getting infected. When you draw an infection card out of the deck, you count up how many points you have, and that's the number of infection cards you draw and place on your population.
Right, and you could mitigate it with having PPE or
right, but that's what I'm saying. So let's say that you have, I have PPE and I have I put money into scientific research, so I have 2 points for anti-infection, but I have not gone into shutdown yet, so I have 1 point there. I have not. Let's say for whatever we need 4 things. Let's say that mitigate it or that are help the thing spread. So now all of a sudden on my turn, I draw infection. That's like a critical in the other game or a boycott card. I draw infection. I look down and I see, well, I've got 2 versus 4, meaning now I have to draw 2 infection cards and put them on my population.
Yeah. Well,
because of the way that I've laid those things out.
See, I would do with the scientists and the WHO organization, all that as a kind of a third tier of what you're building towards to try and protect your
Okay, so the scientists the scientists you're using as basically
like a building towards
like a building block or a resource piece that you're trying to get to the next level of.
It doesn't stop you from infection, but it builds you up to a certain thing where maybe you come out with a partial white, like the people that have the immunity vaccine or the immunity blood cells.
Yeah.
So you can actually buy those now. So you can buy the like almost an immunization.
So then in the draw deck, right? Because I mean this tends to be the way that we're doing it. We have a draw deck and a play deck and a maybe an effect deck. So in the draw deck, then do you have, let's say that we determine that we want this game to be playable by 4 to 5 people, right? Or let's say 4 people.
Yeah, 4.
Do we have then 4 WHO cards? Because if you're already a member of the WHO, then you don't need to have 2 memberships in the WHO. You can draw one, you put it back, you draw another card. But it gives everybody still the opportunity to become a member.
Yeah.
So in this game, we would have to set a hard limit on the number of people that are going to play because it would affect the number
of card draws that you could do.
Yeah.
Because which could screw anybody over is if there's only 4 WHO cards, right? And say at one point, the one guy drew he already was in the WHO, and for whatever reason drew the other 3 WHO cards and threw them in the discard pile. Well, the other 3 players would never be able to join until we cycle through.
So you're going to cycle the deck.
So that would mean that we couldn't make that deck too big that you're not ever going to cycle.
Or you just have to have more of the WHO cards than you could possibly, blah blah blah.
We'd have to work out a ratio on how many.
Now the only thing that I could see where this would become offensive. Is if and I know where my personal politics are on it, and I don't particularly care if tinfoil hat wearers get offended by it, but it's going to be like people that discredit the WHO. But I mean, we are starting to see that there may be some reasons to be anti-WHO.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Right. So I mean, how do we work that into the game, or do we not get that political? Do we just say, maybe we don't call it WHO. Maybe we call it, the health authority.
Yeah.
Or something like that, and we basically say this is a fictionalized version of a health organization that operates on the behalf of the world, where in a perfect world they operate on the behalf of everyone
with no bureaucracy involved.
Yeah.
Yeah, like no political.
So maybe we don't actually call it the WHO, but we look at these different institutions that we have, and we call them something generic.
Yes, and I mean, and my leanings towards a whole bunch of things. Like, do we do where people still go to church and cause the plague to spread more?
Right.
Or do you have, idiots with guns that demand to go get a haircut? Like,
but I wonder if you can lump that under rather than, let's say, than attacking. No. But let's say rather than attacking groups like that, you can say you have gathering cards, right? And you have a bunch of different gathering cards. One gathering cards happens to be religious services. One gathering cards happens to be public beaches open. One gathering cards happens to be protests against whatever.
Yeah.
So we don't necessarily come right out and say it like, people are still going to church or whatever, but we still have we have a gathering card that for some, and we have to figure out like, how does that mechanic work? So if I do I play a gathering card on you? Right? Do I have something that's like, oh, you guys seem to be doing pretty well? Yeah, guess what? You opened up public beaches.
Too early or something like that.
Yeah. Like, can I play that on you? Or is that just something that's a luck of the draw? Like, I pick it up and like, oh, fuck, public beaches got opened up? Great, now I have to fight that.
I think you would almost have to do like a two-type. One where it's you've opened up public beaches too early, or you have a protest group that made somebody else. So you can say, well, a group protested and you had to open up your beaches early, kind of thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can make it so that there's cards that when you draw hurt you and cards that hurt.
How about this? How about you have a bureaucracy thing as well? So you have your scientists or your research. Maybe we could call it your research team, your political team. And in your political team, let's say you have, like your mayor's worth a certain amount of points, right? So you have a protest card that's worth 2 points. And you say, yeah, you know what? Protesters are gathering to ask you to open your public beaches. And you can look at your bureaucracy and say, well, I've got 3 points in bureaucracy, so your protests don't mean anything.
Yeah.
We overrule that. But if I only have a weak mayor or whatever,
the kids or whatever,
then your protest is actually more likely to go through because I have nothing to counter it. My governor is just gonna crumble and say, yeah, okay, sure, we'll open them up.
Now, would there be cards in your hand that you could play to mitigate that, or would every card you draw have to be played in a certain? See, I like the fact of if you have those arenas per se. And every card you draw, you have to make a decision where that arena goes in that arena. And everybody gets to see it. So it's more of a fluid, what's going around kind of thing.
Yeah, but you would still have to have some kind of, I think, player versus player action, right? In your hand, where if I draw, a protest level 3, I want to hold on to that probably for a little while. Until I think you're in a position where it looks like you're going to win the game, and I'm like, not so much, because now there's people protesting and so on and so forth, and I don't know. See, that's where I kind of don't really know yet how those things interact with each other, right?
Yeah. And do we have money so that you can buy stuff to mitigate the infection?
Well, I think you should have a budget. Right,
yeah.
Where you have a budget arena, a research arena, a bureaucracy arena, right? And then so in your budget arena, let's say that, or we do it like we were going to do top of the charts. There's one that we forgot to talk about.
Oh yeah.
Where let's say in the middle of the thing is a common market, right? So you draw a market card, and it's a research card. You know, you get a top researcher for $2 million. Well, you take two of your budget cards out of your $2 million, and you now own that resource card, and now you turn over something else that's available in the market.
Ooh, how about this? How about, yeah, you have your budget card, right? So, and then one of the cards you draw says, buy a researcher for $1 million, or buy a mayor for $1 million. So you get to pick either the top or bottom of that card, how you want. So, you know, maybe it's buy a scientist for $2 million, buy a mayor for $1 million. Which way do you go? Do you
Sure,
go
yeah.
over the research side? So each card could be a dual action of. So you have to make that choice. Do you buy a scientist? Are you going that route, or are you going to go with politics to try and stop certain things? Like, what are you going to try and block, kind of thing?
Yeah, I like that. So then, what happens though? Like, if you like, how do you increase your mayoral efficacy, right? Like, so for example, if I have a level 2 protester or protest card or whatever, a level 2, we demand you open the beaches, you know, and therefore I would need a level 2 or greater mayor or governor or something. Like, how does that work in it? Or do we say this protest, in order to defeat this protest, you need a level 1 mayor and a level 1 governor? If you don't have one of those two things, guess what? It's going to happen.
Well, maybe instead of picking offices, you have what, like a +1 political power. So you can buy political power, and you would spend that to stop protest. Or you can buy scientific power, which you can do to get to a certain level to get to the vaccine. Or you have a PPE power, where you can spend that to try and. So your choice is, are you going to try and stop protests and try and get to your tier, to the scientists, the vaccine, or are you going to try and do where you're trying to stop the infections coming in? So you're having to make those choices about where that money's going, what that political power or money or science is going, to try and stop what other people are going to do to you, while also trying to get to the point where you can win the game.
Okay, I like that. So in my political arena, my political power arena, then do we still call it in terms of, like, you know, mayor, or do we just say I just have a political power +1?
Well, we can do it where you can have a political power where it's a governor, it's a mayor, it's a senator.
So do we then just make it, you know, I could technically have a mayor of +1, which is worth, again, just talking around figures, a mayor of +1, which is worth $1 million, or a mayor of +2, which is worth $2 million. So when that thing comes out, I can choose to say, yeah, I'm going to spend $2 million and get that. I replace my mayor that's worth $1 million, and now I've got a +2 versus.
And you could actually, especially if we're talking political with offices kind of thing, is you could do where if it's a protest, you could pull out your mayor or your governor. But if it's, say, a military comes in to open up something or whatever, then you can only play a governor or a senator. Like, you could pick different cards where you would have like a mayor, a governor, a senator, where you would have to pick one of the two to try and stop it. Where that way you're still trying to pick.
So do you give everybody at the beginning of the game a
budget.
level 1 mayor, a level 1 governor, and a level 1 senator? So they can at least, because, you know, I mean, are you really going to have a town where you have zero political influence whatsoever?
I think, honestly, what you would do is you would start off, everybody has a $10 million budget. You get to pick right at the bat. Are you going to buy some scientists? You're going to buy a mayor or governor, and you buy some PPE? Are you going to load up completely on PPE only?
Or do we, okay, yeah, for sure. Or do we still do that like the marketplace? Right? Like, hey,
like what's out in
like
the
what
middle.
we do in race day. Right?
Yeah.
Like, here's your drivers. You have the following drivers to choose from. Only in this case, we don't do it with, we just say, here's our resource deck. And we turn over 5 different resources. So you may get mayor, senator, PPE. Those are the only things that everyone gets to choose from.
Yeah, because they're only.
When all 5 of those are done, then we recycle that again.
Yeah, I like that.
So it kind of forces everybody to choose from a common pool initially.
About what's going to come out or what you're going to try and prepare against.
So that builds up your different pools of resistance, let's say.
Yeah.
And
then you have your population that you're trying to keep alive. So it could be along the lines of, and this gets gruesome, but if you lose all 5 of your population to infection, you're out.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, like you're done. Where, you know, so is it, and this is really gruesome, are you the country that just lasted with one person at the end? You know, last man standing?
Yeah.
Or is there, or you could do it where somebody got somebody got to the point where they made a vaccine, which stops the game. Everybody is vaccinated. The game's over on a positive note, and then you count out who has the most population at the end, which again is gruesome.
But then how do you do? You know, do you take into account anti-vaxxers? Right? Like if somebody can play an anti-vaxxer card. So guess what? You know, you got a vaccination, but it doesn't help you, or it doesn't help a certain number of people in your population.
You could have at the end of the game have those surprise cards of, well, you know, you had of your 4 population, 3 of them are anti-vaxxers.
And we could do it in terms of, like, you know, your population cards. Yeah, there's 5 of them, but maybe they're 5 million people a piece or something like that, right? So you have, like, you know, 25 million people you're taking care of or something like that.
Yeah, and everybody starts out with 25 million. You're trying to keep them going.
So you have a draw deck then, and in your draw deck, do you have that where, oh my god, it's an infection level 3, and unless I've got things to mitigate that infection, my population is getting three out of my population cards are getting infected.
Yeah, exactly. And
then I can do things like, so, you know, playing devil's advocate here for a second, do we at the end of each turn, let's say I have PPE, which removes 1 infection thing per turn. So at the end of each turn, if I have 1 PPE, I get to take an infection off my population. But then do we run into a situation like Warp where I'm just healing so fast that, you know, I don't ever sustain enough damage to put me out of the game?
I think with PPE or something like that, all the resources are finite. Because in all reality, all resources are finite. So if you use the PPE that one turn to help prevent an infection,
it goes away.
It goes away.
So I don't get to keep that.
No.
So I could be like, okay, at the end of this turn, you know what? I'm going to cash in my PPE card, and I'm going to remove 1 infection card off my population. Done. I'm going to cash in my hand washing card.
Yeah.
But then at the beginning of round 2, I start from a clean slate.
Yeah.
In terms of.
No, you still have people that are infected, but you're out of PPE.
No, but I mean, I start from a clean slate of let's say I used my hand washing, I used my social distancing, I used my PPE. Those are now 0. So at the beginning of the next turn,
if you don't buy PPE,
I'm screwed unless I buy more PPE, or I use because like hand washing and social distancing isn't finite.
No, but you can make those one of the ones where they're expensive to buy, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like I know it. Social
because at the end of that turn, it would be like if I have 2 of them.
Yeah.
I'm always gonna have 2 infections down, and I'm never gonna reach a point where.
But here's the thing. If you keep your social distancing card, you get to keep it every round. You get to take away an infection, but it takes down your economic buying power by like 2 or 3 million each round. So you don't have as much money to buy stuff. So all of a sudden, okay, yeah, I'm keeping my infection rate down, but I can't work toward a vaccine, or I can't buy a mayor or a governor. So you have to make that choice of, do you try and keep your infection rate down by keeping that card you bought, but you don't have any more money down the road, kind of thing. So yeah, I've got social distancing, and I've got hand washing, and I've got closed businesses. Great, I have no money.
Yeah, so in essence, you would have 2 different types of resource tiles. That way, you would have
the disposables,
permanents, and disposables. So PPEs would be disposable. So for that round. Well, no, they would be there until you get rid of them.
Yeah, until you can have masks, gloves, gowns, kind of thing. And as you use them, you're getting rid of infections.
Okay, so
use only.
So let's say, for example, I've got my 5 my 5 people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's just a number that's easy
Yeah,
to
yeah.
deal with. And I've got, I've got 3 things of PPE. And as I'm drawing cards from the draw deck, I draw infection level 3.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to then take from the infection deck, I have to take 3 things and apply them to my population. And I'm like, holy crap, that's 3/5 of my population. Well, I'm going to use gowns and masks, put those away. It takes 2 infections away. So at the end of this round, I've managed to mitigate those infections down to 1, but I've lost those resources.
Yes.
So, but if I have...
So you have social distance,
If I have social distancing as a thing, then I automatically would get to keep one of them anyway.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't have to spend the PPE.
Yeah. But you also have to lose money on the common pool of what you can buy.
So then can you... Okay, so in order to do... Let's say in order to have a social distancing, do you make it relative on... relative to the number of scientists you have? Like, hey... you can't have social distancing because you have no scientists. So there's nobody there to recommend that as a course of action. Sorry, I want to jump in here. Kirk Harris says, could you do it in a history kind of way with political evolution, like starting with the Renaissance and work your way to present day?
Ooh.
That's an interesting concept, Kirk. That's like, could we be, instead of the levels, could it be like your medical levels are bleeding with leeches?
Yeah.
with that kind of a thing. And as you start to purchase, but then, okay, so how about this? How about, oh, this is cool. This could be like the time clock or whatever, right? So you have a thing that, like, every certain number of turns you get to turn over another. Now, okay, now we're from the Renaissance. Now we're in the
industrial age.
Industrial age. So now these things change.
Yeah, we could do that. Where if where as you're getting up more and say in like from the Renaissance, where maybe political power was more because you had kings that made rules that happened right. You couldn't fight them. But as you went up into say the industrial age, then maybe political power becomes less, but PPE and all that becomes more.
The thing is, though, I wonder if you can draw it, because you still have cultures now that are in technically what we would call primitive, right? I mean, even though the world itself has traveled beyond that, you still have places that don't have access to all these other things. So I wonder, could one player in the game be in the industrial age and the other player still be in the Renaissance age? It may add a difficult timeline.
That would be tough. The only other thing I can think of too is that the fact that you could do it where different countries when you start have a better are better in the Renaissance age, but the other countries get better in the industrial age kind of thing, where you could try and balance it out like that.
I wonder, because you wouldn't want to penalize somebody for choosing, like, you know what I mean, like
yeah.
Okay, so maybe let's say we'll choose Africa as a continent. Maybe Africa's less developed, but their social distancing is better. So they get a bonus to that, but they get a detriment to something else.
Or you could even make it along the lines of like, maybe they're not as, and this is, but as repressed. So maybe they start off with 7 population rather than the 5. Like, because they're more they like they're not England where they're kind of prudish, so they start with 4, and the other countries start with 7. I don't know if that would play it out.
Yeah, we'd have to see like how starting off with a different finite resource. So Kirk is saying, you had the Black Plague and things like that, and no money or Renaissance diseases in present day, for example. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's starting to get too complicated in tracking that kind of stuff, because then you have to have different like how do you
You know what? Honestly, you could do it where the ages where the plagues happen is a different thing. where the Black Plague, where PPE and all that would say wouldn't work because of it's a
Yeah, but hand washing's more important.
but hand washing is more important. But then you get to the industrial age and you get like COVID-19 kind of thing or something like that, or H1N1 or whatever.
Yeah.
And where hand washing is not so much more important as much as social distancing.
Why
You
don't
know,
we?
you
Why
can
don't we?
change plagues as you go through.
Yeah, or why don't we open it up to all different kinds of things? Like, right now we're worried about, in the Renaissance, we're worried about the Black Plague, where these things are more important. But now, you know what? Now the epoch clock has turned,
Yeah.
and now we're worried about Ebola, where Ebola, the most important thing is having a vaccine against it. So now I've been concentrating on getting all these resources for, oh shit, now I better dump some of these resources and concentrate more
Some
on
scientists have it.
science and vaccines, because that's the thing. So maybe we do that. Maybe
Yeah.
we have an epoch clock
Yeah.
that says this is the current thing that you're fighting against and requires this focus.
Yeah. Like you,
And so
you can
everybody's
switch the.
Yeah, everybody's working toward that focus. And then, we turn it over and I don't know how that would work, like in terms of, because you wouldn't want to, well, I guess it really doesn't matter, because even in history, you don't wait till one infection's done.
No, you have to keep moving with it. But I mean, and then we could take it beyond, like, say it's the computer age, and there, like the virus at that particular point in time, could be more along the lines of, instead of people, it could be like where political power maybe makes more, where people are hacking, that kind of thing, maybe. Or,
Yeah, maybe. Interesting.
Or biomass chemical weapons or something, where political power makes more difference in trying to stop it than, washing your hands. That kind of stuff. You could also look at it where you're playing a game where each game you pull up what age you're in, like as a kind of a randomized. Okay, in this game we're playing the industrial age. Well, that means these plagues happen. If it's the Renaissance age, then these plagues happen, and that can make the replayability of the game different on how you're playing it each time.
I like that a lot, because I love the replayability thing.
Yeah.
But what it enters into for me is, how many different variations of each card now do we have to have, and do you sift through these decks each time you're going to play? Because now we're playing, or are these just different versions of the game? So we're buying the Renaissance version of the game. Now we're buying the Industrial Age version of the game. Now we're buying the Space Age version of the game. Like how much is involved in recalibrating those decks? Can you make something that's non-specific enough that it applies to, actually, so Kirk Harris jumps in with the same thing. It's an add-on game for more game packs.
That is true. And what you could do is, honestly, and I've seen this in other games, is where you pull up whatever age it is, and then you pick out the plague pack that goes with that age, kind of thing, and you shuffle that into the deck. But it changes on what you have to focus on for that game, kind of thing. So, and honestly, going through a deck looking for a certain symbol out of like 10 or 20 cards is pretty quick, and if you have them stacked kind of together, that you could just throw them in, and then during each game it would make it different. You could even do stretch goals on Kickstarter, where each level gives you.
So let me ask you this though, like, just from a preparation standpoint, when you play those games, you don't mind the fact that you have to go through the deck and weed out all the cards that you used before and then put the new ones in?
God no. And sometimes some of the games that we're setting up, it literally takes like 15 minutes to set up the game. So when we're pulling out certain, there's one game, what's it called? Anyways, in this one game, you can pull out the different buildings that are part of what can come out to make the board. And we go through that whole 20 deck thing and pull out certain ones and put certain ones in all the time to change what the game is. Like instead of getting spells or something like that, you're getting crystals, or you're getting pets, or you could change that out. And usually, as long as when you put the game away and you set it up, and that comes with the trays or whatever you're doing. As long as you have that to shuffle in and shuffle out, it's not a big deal. It really isn't.
So, it begs the question that, again, one of the things that we may get offensive on is that when we say that the vaccine is the end-all be-all cure of everything. And I'm not trying to side with the anti-vaxxers by any stretch of the imagination, but there are certain things where the herd immunity is the cure.
Yeah.
Or something like that. So is that then dependent on the thing that you're currently doing? So are we going to say, like, in the sense of polio, let's say we have the polio pack or whatever, are we going to say, listen, man, the only thing that cures polio is the vaccine? So is that the end game card? Like I'm picturing that you have a vaccine card, let's say, or no, let's call it the end of game card, and there's one end of game card in the deck, and it just constantly gets re-put in because you can't play the end of game card unless you've matched or satisfied the following conditions.
Well, you could put an end of game card where the end of game card says Renaissance Age, you have 5 out of 5 of your population herd immune, so that gets rid of smallpox and measles and all that kind of stuff. Where on the middle of the card it says, industrial age, your population is developed personal protection.
But if we're going through the different packs, then couldn't each pack have their own end of game card anyway?
You could do it that way.
I think that probably makes more sense.
Yeah, you could.
But so that you're not getting through. I mean, because depending on how many how many packs you're gonna have, like a novel to read on each.
thing. And the end of game card honestly would just be when you take the pack, you put it to the side, and everybody knows what the end of game is. Like, it's not going to be a surprise what in the deck when the end of game is. It's you get to that level.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I have a couple more names to put in.
Ooh, nice.
We're gonna put one in for Kirk.
Hey, Kirk.
And we're gonna put one in for Tara.
Hey, Tara.
Because she messaged earlier.
Nice.
My handwriting's horrible, but I'll relatively know who these people are. So you can see that we're putting in people's names for the draw for a copy of the
Earth is Ours.
The Earth is Ours. So I think you know what, the easier way to do this, then rather than to put them into like a container and try and draw them out, because I hate that, I feel like it's always really slanted, we'll just draw a bunch of blank cards, we'll shuffle these in, and then we'll just start drawing cards, and the first person's name we draw.
It suits for Kashrada, because we all have cards.
Yeah. Kirk Harris says, yes, Medical Marvel card.
Ooh.
And he says, sorting through the decks is part of the fun. It's like putting together a Pokemon deck.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people like
never having played. It was a deck builder game, right?
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, it's a deck builder.
Yeah, never having played it, I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
The fridge behind you is open, and I'm wondering if I didn't close it properly. But you know what that presents an excellent opportunity for?
Another Laker.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, I was really against this whole thing because it seemed like it was really like it's cheap. It's a cheap beer, but I really like it.
It's actually really good.
Yeah,
I like it.
I'm surprised.
It's a very nice light beer.
Yeah,
where it's not pretentious, sir. It's not pretentious.
I don't have that pretentious hoppy taste of an IPA, nor the oppressive weight of a stout.
Now, don't get me wrong. I actually was that GL Heritage. They had a lot of nice. I'm not a big fan of when people put like chili into a beer, make a hot beer or whatever kind of thing. And
yeah, that just sounds terrible.
Yeah, it's not. I'm only really.
Okay, wait. Before you come back over here, on the desk beside you, there's a pen, a blue pen. I know it's just like shit all over the place.
That looks like a pen.
What the hell was this?
Which one?
Oh, that's the computer game one.
Yeah. Oh. Thank you very much, sir. Did you ever do the flick with the cap?
What's the flick?
You've never done the flick.
I haven't. You're gonna flick it at me, aren't you?
No.
Oh.
You're like.
No,
You've
I'm
never
not.
done that.
I'm not cool enough to do that. That's like the
You could
people
put
that.
somebody's eye out.
That's like the people that do the Bic lighter tricks or the Zippo lighter
Yeah.
tricks. I'm not cool enough to do that.
All right, what are we gonna call this? Prevent this.
Let's just call it Pandemic.
I can't actually.
Oh, it already is?
Yeah, there's a game.
Okay.
There's Plague Incorporated. There's Pandemic. There's Outbreak.
Just call it the disease game for now. We'll know what we mean. It'll be perfect. The disease game. Kirk says you are all diseased.
That just comes from having a full life.
We're getting polluted, that's for sure.
Okay, so we're talking about having political power, three arenas, right?
Yeah, for now. 3 arenas.
And they would be political,
Scientific, or do you want to say research?
research. Let's go
Okay.
with research.
Because we shouldn't discount
And
that
resources.
there's other kinds of research. You
Oh,
know, I mean, like there could
100%.
be like, you know, especially in the medieval times. I mean, well, I guess it still could be scientific. I mean,
Yeah, I you know, burning bodies was scientific. Okay, so we have the 3 arenas. We do also have economics for buying power. And yes, folks, this is exactly how everything...
this is what it looks like when you're inventing a game, folks. This
buying
is as
power.
exciting as it gets.
And a common store.
See, Kirk jumps in alchemists, right?
That would be awesome during that one phase.
Right? Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So we have the economic thing for buying power, buying common what store? Oh, this common store. Yeah.
We got population, which
Yeah.
we're trying to keep alive.
So, but do you think that it's fair? Like, okay, so let's say that we were playing the game, right? And you mentioned that, you know, maybe Africa has more population than Britain does.
Yeah.
But is there then a disadvantage for you? Like, are you like, well, great, I'm starting off with less things, or do you get compensated somehow in terms of you know?
But here's the thing: is like you could do it where, you know, one country has more population than the other, where the other country has more buying power than the other.
Right. Yeah. So at the beginning of each
Yeah,
turn,
yeah.
because you're England, you get more money.
And because you're Switzerland, you start off with more scientists.
Can we put it in like a Bono card, where you raise money for the African nation? Can we do that?
Well,
That's
depends.
probably bad. Oh, Kirk says to solve the era situation, you could use a spinner.
Ooh.
But the only problem with that
Or
is
a
that,
dice.
yeah, but the only problem with that is, you know, you'd still have to build in each single card then. Like you'd have to substitute the cards in and out, because you can't have like, well, maybe you could. Maybe you could have like a scientist card that in the Renaissance is worth 1, in the Industrial is worth 2, in the Modern Age is worth 3, in the Space Age is worth 4.
Yeah, and then.
But then it's like, I mean, the problem with that though is like, okay, in the Space Age is worth 4, then your infection rates have to be like.
You would have to balance.
Yeah,
out,
I think that you'd have to kind of. You'd have to do it where it's a deck substitution, and just doing it with a spinner. I mean, the spinner would be cool in the sense that if you don't know where to start, you know. But I mean,
But my point, and this is where my thing comes in is the complexity of having the company manufacture a spinner. So you're looking at them doing a punch out for the cardboard, the print of the cardboard, and you don't want to give somebody a cheap spinner that breaks. The weight. The size of the box that we'd have to actually put it in if it becomes beyond that. So I'm looking at it's going to cost more, and does that cost coming into for the production of the game and the shipping of the game equal out, where maybe you have a dice with 6 different things that come up, so it's just one die roll that comes up, or do you do where you just have all the packs in there, and you take each card from each pack, put it in, and pull it out?
how about this? How about instead of having decks in there, the different ages that you could roll up affect things like, okay, so at the start of this one, this country gets so many things, and this country gets so many things. So all of your end result stuff is still the same. Well, I guess PPE doesn't enter into it then, because it wouldn't be PPE in the, Okay, never mind. I think you'd still have to, so like the spinner and the die thing, I like, I guess if you wanted a way to randomize what deck you were going to play with, but I think it'd just be easy enough to, you can do that on your own. Just grab a die 6 and say, okay, 1 to 2 is this or whatever. Because you still have to buy these other decks then, right? You'd have to have these other decks. Okay. Interesting.
So political will have mayors, governors, senators say. Resources, the one-time use.
Yeah, resources, you're going to have one-time use, and then you're going to have perpetual.
And you have gloves, masks, and just for now,
gowns, whatever.
And then you have the permanent, which would be like social distancing, shutdown.
Hand washing. Because hand washing doesn't go away. You can't, like...
Yeah, okay.
It's not like, all of a sudden we all forget how to wash our hands.
Hand wash, hygiene.
But you could have things like, you could have a... See, and again, it goes to whether or not we're going to piss off the tinfoil people or not. But, you could have a card that you play against another player that says, you know what? There's a conspiracy theory going around that says that, hand washing actually increases your risk by making you less prone to developing an immunity, right? By overwashing. Because, that's an actual thing, right? It's been shown that if you're too hygienic, then you're not building up antibodies, right?
You're not building up immunity.
Could you say that those permanent effect cards can be countered by,
the conspiracy,
and then the thing is, like, do we need to call them conspiracies? Is there another way to couch that where it's not quite as
not real things,
blatant lie, bold-faced lies? No, but you know what I mean, though. Like, is there another way of
gently alt-right?
Because I also don't want to say like alternative medicine, because I don't believe that alternative medicine, all of it is bad.
No, honestly, I don't either.
Yeah,
I've seen where things work that are not Western, just because it's not Western.
So I don't want to go down that road, but I also want to say things like putting on a straw hat and dancing in a circle counterclockwise under a full moon is going to make you immune.
Dude, that doesn't make you immune. That just makes you more erect.
So maybe there's a way to rephrase it from conspiracy theory to something else, like still some kind of theory, untested theory, or counterculture theory, or like we can work that part out when we get to it. Where we're not, because ultimately, I guess at the end of the day, I don't really care if we offend the conspiracy theorists, because they're not. Oh, here we go. Kirk Harris says fictitious probability card.
I can do that. I can definitely do that. Here's my thing, and it's kind of businessy. Is the niche market of conspiracy nuts are not going to buy our game anyways? Really?
Yeah, no, that's true. You have a point.
You know what I mean? Like, you're really going to only get gamers. And in all honesty, if you're a gamer and something offends you, if you want to play the game, you'll play the game.
Yeah. I'm wondering too, so let's say that, can we also have cards that do, so let's say I've put my research in, but can we also have things like, zealot cards, right? So I'm going to play religious zealot on your country, and therefore you're going to lose a scientist because of it, because you're putting your faith in whatever instead of science. And I don't care. I'm looking right at the camera when I say this. I will eat all of the hate mail from the radical, conservative, Christian right. Absolutely. But yeah, because it's a dangerous thing. Look at what happened with Islamic countries, right? They were the number one region in terms of mathematics and science until the Islamic Revolution took over.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Oh yeah, like
you know, I mean, there's absolute historical proof that, you know, changing from a scientific or rational background to a belief-based background, you know, holds you back.
But and there's also been proof too that sticking to a very rigid scientific structure stifles the creativity.
Yeah, so
where
maybe
it
we
doesn't-
can do it both ways.
Yeah.
You know, where you have to be, yeah, how does that work both ways? Because, you know, it's like, are we, because essentially what we're saying right now with the way that the game is structured, we're saying that science wins, period.
Well, and I'm just gonna put it out there.
Yeah.
Science wins. Period. I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay. No, I
you-
get there.
you know
I
what?
Get you.
You know what? I get if we're gonna put morale, people's happiness, then yeah, throw in religious gatherings that keep people out of depression, and raise spirits. Religious
Maybe-
gatherings that bring the community together because there are people out there donating and helping.
No, but
because of
wait.
that.
Maybe we can work that in. Maybe at the end of each turn, you have a morale thing that
Yeah.
says, you know what? You lose one of your population cards to another country if they have the religious gathering thing.
Well, or you could do where you have like a morale level, level for your country, and if it drops too low, then you have rioting, you have people with despair, you have people that just ignoring stuff, kind of things. So you don't actually have the cohesive community effort towards it. So maybe you won't do social distancing if your morale's too low. Maybe you won't, like, they won't come in unless you build them up, right? Like, if you don't have a leader that gets the community behind everything, then they're not going to do it. And if they don't do it, then what's the point of social distancing, kind of thing?
Okay, so then we need another arena,
Yes,
which would be a morale
a morale arena.
But now, are we getting too complicated with the number of things that we have to track?
Well,
How about this? Could you have a leader worth? Okay, I'm going to say one, like plus one, in the sense that it's $1 million.
Yeah.
Right? So we have a plus one leader costs $1 million, but this leader is better with morale.
Yeah.
This plus one leader is better with science. This plus one leader is better with whatever. So we can say, you know what?
Hero cards.
Ooh.
Where you could actually buy a hero that helps your morale.
Like a champion.
A champion, a hero, a prime leader, however you want to call it, where, if you go and spend them, I hate to say money, but if you go and spend the money to get those people, then they help with your sciences and your morale. Or they bridge between your politics and your economics. That kind of...
Or you just have a hero card that says it just takes away an infection point, period.
Yeah.
Because I have a hero. I have a champion. Somebody that people are rallying behind.
Yeah, I've got a great, what's his name? The scientist that keeps shaking his head every time Trump says something.
All of them?
Yeah. No, but
Fauci?
Fauci.
Yeah.
Like you get a Fauci, and all of a sudden he's like, your science goes up 2, or he protects you against 2 infection or something like that.
Okay, we'll write that down because that's good. I just don't know how we would use that yet.
Yeah.
In the sense of, I don't even really know how the game works yet. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Hero that has special abilities.
Because essentially, really what we're talking about a player versus player game where we also want to win ourselves. Like I want to affect you negatively, but I want to affect me positively.
Yeah. But you also want, here's the thing. If you don't end the game, like if everybody doesn't work toward a common goal of getting the vaccine or
Whatever the end game is.
the mass herd immunity or something like that, then everybody dies, everybody loses. So everybody's got to work toward the end of the game to make sure that
everybody makes it kind of thing, or people make it to the end, but you want to be the best at making it to the end. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Okay.
do you know what I mean? Like, everybody.
Yeah, we're working toward the common thing, but I still want to be better than you when we reach that goal.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. So I still want to screw you,
Yes.
but yeah, okay.
And I mean, it sounds nasty in the way of doing it, but that way everybody is trying to get to a certain positive goal. Just you're more positive than other people.
No, I get it. So Kirk jumps in and says, you have a political player, a science player, and an industrial player. But I think that, so what we're talking about is that all players have a political arena, a science arena, and maybe an industry arena, maybe, I don't know. So everybody works toward, or everybody has those same resources that they can put money into, but the cool thing is you can decide whether you want to be more politically active or more scientifically active or more industrially active, right? So, you know, yeah, we want to be more politically active, so, you know, we suppress rioting and we suppress protests, or maybe suppress is the wrong word. Maybe we work toward a common resolution for protests.
Yes.
You know, because we are strong politically, or yeah, we're advancing. I choose to advance my scientific program so that I work toward getting becoming part of the Universal Health Authority, the UHA or whatever. You know, yeah, I like it, UHA.
Yeah, I like UHA.
Anyway, so yeah, so I think that rather than having that you have a political player, a science player, and an industrial player, all players are allowed to decide how they want to distribute their funds to grow their, or to strengthen their particular arenas in their countries.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think giving diversity of choices for people rather than pegging them for a particular lane, because if you get the guy that does the political, and you know that's not gonna work so well, it may jade you toward the game kind of thing or something like that.
I agree. Yeah.
I want to give everybody the opportunity to lose at
At the same level.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, obviously the only people we're really going to turn away from this game are the people that are just not interested in anything except.
And honestly, a lot of them
Yeah.
aren't playing games anyway.
Yeah, there you go. We're done. Okay. My fears have been quelled. All right. Interesting.
We're gonna have to wrap it up soon. Because
Yeah. What are we at?
11:30.
11:30. Yeah. I mean, I would only be technically going till midnight anyway. So.
Yeah, I gotta get up in the morning.
I don't.
Sorry for that.
But
I wish I didn't.
We have a great framework here.
Yes.
I think we really do have a great framework here.
And I'd like to know everybody's opinion. Is it okay to do a game on?
Yeah,
this?
that's a big question. Like, is it acceptable to do a game based on the pandemic? Is it acceptable to use,
or does it seem like you're
trying to capitalize on
capitalize
misfortune?
or benefit from it or something like that?
I mean, I don't think
want me to
so.
shuffle
Yeah,
them?
shuffle those up. I just wanted to put them in randomly, and then you can shuffle them. I don't think so, because I think you always have games that are topical,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I think especially if we're looking at it in terms of, Kirk says absolutely, but I don't know if he means absolutely it's a bad idea or absolutely. Can we qualify what the absolutely means? I think that's the strength of this. If we do the different eras, then we're not saying it's because of this. This just happens to be an era. I mean, it's not new. We've had the Spanish flu. We've had SARS. We've had H1N1. We've had the Black Plague. We've had all these different kinds of things. So I don't necessarily. I mean, maybe the idea for this got triggered from the fact that we're currently living through this, but I don't think it's necessarily that we're trying to capitalize on it necessarily.
Yeah, I get that too. I'm saying like we're not doing it in like a Black Lives Matter kind of game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because here's the one thing: we're two white guys. That is not a game that we should be doing. You know, we should be buying and promoting a game that somebody comes out with that. But you and I should not be champion.
I mean, we could totally write a game called White Privilege. I mean, I've already written that game. I'm living it. Kirk says there are games out there where you play God, or there is an evolutionary aspect to it. So yes, it's okay to have a game like this in our current situation.
Yeah, I get that. I played those games.
I share the same concern as you. I don't want people to go, oh, here's two guys trying to make money off of
yeah.
the current. But in all reality, by the time this thing gets developed,
we're gonna be like a year or two.
We're gonna be out of it.
Yeah.
I hope so.
Jesus.
But
if we're not, I'm not making the game because I'm
no
drunk
one's gonna buy it
all the time.
No one's gonna be able to afford to buy it. But yeah. Oh, and Kevin Reno joins us on Twitch.
Hey.
So, yeah. Hey, Kevin.
You have Twitch?
Yeah, I'm on Twitch. I've been streaming on Twitch since the beginning.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Nobody knows. Kevin's. I could probably count on one hand the amount of people that have been on the Twitch streams from the beginning.
Oh wow!
Sure.
Because I watch
Kevin,
Twitch for real players.
Kevin said he just got home from work. Should we add his name into it?
If you want to, free
yeah.
game.
So Kevin, what we've been doing, and Kevin's one of the he bought a game from the CK Expo.
Yep.
But Kevin, what we've been doing is we've decided that we are giving away a copy of The Earth Is Ours, Krishada Games' first offering. We are going to be giving a copy away to anybody that wants one to be entered into the raffle, I should say.
Yeah.
All you have to do is say, I want a game, or I want one, or just say, yep. And then let me know. I'm just going to write your name down, Kevin, because, come on. You're like one of the coolest Twitch guys I know. And I only know 2 Twitch guys. Okay, so there's Kevin Reno. Yeah, and he says, I want a game. Yep, me, please. There you go. So there you go.
But you only get to enter once.
You only get entered once. And Ryan Leclerc, what game are you guys playing? Well, this entire night we have been talking about this game, The Earth Is Ours, which is a game that
we published,
that Sean and I and our friend David have published, and we are giving away one copy of this game to the lucky person who we're going to draw out of this deck. So if you would like to be entered in this draw, all you have to do is just say yes please, or I want a game, or whatever. And we've actually gone through The Earth Is Ours.
We've
played Beast Brigade and shown everybody what that's like. We've played Race Day and shown what that's like. We've talked about the Dreamscape. We've talked about Daydream. We've talked about What If I Told You. We've talked about There Goes the Neighborhood.
Warped.
We've talked about Warped. These are all games that Sean and David and I have developed. And some of them are in a state
and we didn't even talk about, and you brought it up, Talk of Ages.
Charts.
Top of the charts.
Top of the charts. That was another one we totally forgot to talk about.
Yeah. Well, Top of the Charts, where you try and build bands for different genres.
Yeah.
And we had it where you could make somebody's rock star overdose. And
I played the doctor card and counter it.
We also did it where you would be able to buy people with contracts and luxury cars and mink fur.
By the way, I have a counter to, because that was one of the first arguments that you and I got into. One of the first spirited discussions that you and I got to in terms of, was that you're very much, and I get it, you're very much anti a 1-for-1 card thing, right? Where it was the overdose card, and I said the doctor card cured it. I think we solved that with Race Day. We just put in miracle cards.
Yeah.
Who cares? It's up to the person to determine. Okay, I'm playing an overdose. Oh, no, you know what? It's a miracle. There was a doctor there that saved the guy's life.
You know what? I like that idea. Like bus accident and helicopter crash or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. We just put in miracle cards that counter any negative card, and don't worry about it.
And we ended up having to stop Top of the Chart because we didn't know where we were going to get in regards to copyright. Because we were having like one of the
Bruce Stringbean, Justin Bieber.
Yeah, we were gonna have those kind of Salima.
Yeah, we didn't know where we were gonna land on the side of parody versus somebody suing us for defamation.
Yeah.
But then I think we just went, you know what, we're just going to make our own guys and who cares?
Yeah, I think so. We were going to try that kind of
Yeah.
thing.
Like I would have made a guy called Jag Micker. He's a Swedish pop star, but he struts. He's got the moves. Nobody has the moves like Jag Micker.
And Prance.
It's Prance. It would've been
Prance. So, are we ready to...
No one else has responded, so I guess we maybe let's give them 2 more minutes just to see. So yeah,
Okay.
we'll give them 2 more minutes to see if anybody else. Again, all you want, if you want to be entered into the draw for a free copy of The Earth Is Ours, the first offering from Kershada Games, a Windsor-based local development company. Just say, I want a game.
Can I ever show you that?
Oh, look at you. You're like a
I'm a Harry Houdini.
shuffler.
Shuffler.
Yeah, all you got to do is say, I want a game, and we'll put your name in the draw. We're going to do the draw in 2 minutes. 2 minutes time. You know what? I'm going to set a timer, a countdown timer. I know how to do that because I used to be in IT. 2 minutes.
You know what, actually, just on kind of off topic on a lot of things, you know what I found now? With this whole remote thing, which has pushed a lot of companies in knowing that remote work does work kind of thing.
Yeah.
I've actually had a lot of people where their ability to work a job now is international. It's not just, like I got a buddy in an IT group that lives in Belleville and ended up getting an IT job in Toronto. So
Nice.
he's making Toronto money living in Belleville,
Nice.
I got a guy that's up in Ottawa that got a job in San Francisco, and they just set up a U.S. bank account, and he's getting paid U.S. dollars living.
Nice.
Yeah. So, you know what? Honestly, which makes it good and dangerous in the fact that a lot of people here in Windsor now that you would think are creative people in that, they're getting job offers from people around the world now.
Yeah.
But here's the bad part: is people around the world now are getting job offers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I when people say, "Oh, I can't wait until we get back to normal," I don't think we're ever going back to what we had before. It's changed so many. The way people think about things, trips. If planes and airlines for the next 3 years are going to have to run at 50% or 60% capacity, are you going to pay $4,000 to fly to Europe? It's one of those things where you just can't see it. So are you going to camp more? Are you going to stay more local when you do your vacations? Is that going to change how you're going to do your vacations? Nope.
Okay, we have. That's my cool alarm thing, apparently.
Apparently.
Well, that was the 2 minute warning, and there's no way that the buffer on the stream was 2 minutes, so
We're done.
we are done. So the way that this is going to work is I have put in the names of the people that have said they would be interested in a copy of The Earth Is Ours by Kershada Games, and Sean has shuffled these inside a deck of absolutely blank cards, and we are just going to turn them over, and the first name that comes up will be the person that gets the game, and then I'll get in touch with them kind of off stream to figure out how we're going to work the logistics of it. If it's somebody local, then I'm happy to drop it off. But all right, should we do the drum roll?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. I'm gonna walk over to the keyboard here. Here we go. Kirk Harris.
There you go.
That's the name that Sean drew out of the deck.
Kirk Harris, you have received a copy of The Earth Is Ours.
And for those that wanted one but didn't actually get one, they are available for $20.
That's right. Unless you want to draw one more.
Sure.
Or no, I don't want to print. We should have talked about this ahead of time.
Eh.
We're giving away products. You want to do one more?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. An unprecedented move. Here we go. Vince Shepley. There you go. I'm going to hold it up so that everybody can see that we're not cheating. There are the two. Kirk Harris, Vince Shepley.
There you go.
Awesome. So I will get in touch with both of you guys and let you know that you've won. I want to thank Sean Murphy extremely very much for. Just the fact we were going to get together anyway, and do all this, but the fact that you were willing to do it on camera, is great. Because
the other things I did on camera.
Kevin Renault says one more. Come on, do one more. I think two's probably enough. We could do one more, but
You want to do one more?
You want to do one more?
Sure.
Oh, Sean says one more. Wow. All right.
I'm feeling very generous.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Sean Fathers.
Sean Fathers. All right.
That's got to be
That's got to be it. We've now exceeded our quotient. But there we go. Sean Fathers. There's the third one. Thanks to everybody who tuned in tonight. Thanks to everybody who has tuned in every night.
Yeah.
Kevin says, wait, you spelled my name wrong. It's a thought that counts, Kevin. Thanks to everybody who tunes in every night. We'll be back again tomorrow, hopefully with some cool people and some cool tunes.
Way better people than me.
No one's better than you. A very, very special thank you to Mr. Sean Murphy for being willing not only to be here to talk about this, to talk about the future developments of what we want to kind of get into, and but the fact that you're willing to give away the thing that we worked so hard on. That's great.
You know what? If it makes people's lives better, I'm all for it.
All right.
Whatever.
Yeah, and then we're going to work toward a J Sharp thing.
Thursday?
Another jam on Thursday. Thursday night will be the next J Sharp jam, I think. I just have to figure out. I've got some guests that are booked in on Thursday, so I'm going to see if I can move them. Hopefully, I can move them to Wednesday or Friday. And we'll go from there.
Yeah.
Apart from that, we will end this program the way we have ended every program this far, and that is to be good to each other and be kind to each other takes no extra effort. In fact, it takes extraordinary effort to act otherwise. So take the path of least resistance and just be decent.
Yeah.
And nobody wins unless everybody wins. So until then, I look forward to delivering these games to the folks that got them. And I look forward to seeing you guys again tomorrow night when we'll have back to some sort of degree of normalcy for the program, I guess. We'll see.
Stay safe.
I think this would be a cool thing to keep doing.
Yep.
Anyway, we'll
Yep.
see.
We'll see what happens.
All right. Until then.